Konig, 1 CPC-25-373. Dr. Konig is present in court and represented by Thomas Otaki at the State of Hawaii is present and represented by Deputy Prosecuting Attorneys Joel Garner and Franklin Carl. Gentlemen, good morning to all of you.
Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All of you can be seated. Jury is outside of the courtroom. Mr. Otaki, you wanted to take up some matters before the jury came back.
Yes, Your Honor. There's two matters. One is more pressing than the other because it involves Mr. Iinuma, who I believe the state is calling first, perhaps?
Third today.
Oh, okay. Well, even then we've
Still today.
Okay, then even better because we might have more time. But I want to at least front this issue for everyone. And I emailed Mr. Garner about it over the weekend. As I was preparing for it, there's been hundreds, if not thousands of pages of discovery turned over in this case, medical records, and Mr. Inuma's discovery was there was a lot. And so as I was going through it again, one of the issues that was raised by Mr. Garner in motions in limine came up, and I believe that there may have been a 404B notice about it, but the issue about the audio recording device, that allegedly
The search for an audio recording device.
Well, during a computer search, pursuant to a search warrant, Mr. Iinuma pulled information showing Dr. Konig at some point, I believe in December, ordered an auto recording device. Obviously we have an explanation for that and if he testifies, he will explain. But as I was looking over it this weekend, it occurred to me, and I understand this probably ideally would have been raised more in a motion to suppress, but it's just something that I didn't recognize until this weekend. And I'm talking about Exhibit 107, Your Honor. States 107.
Let me catch up with you.
Yeah, States 107.
Okay.
So 107, when I was looking at it, when you look at the front page and you look at the second page, there's highlighted words that says recorder. And, then in other exhibits that he pulled, there's highlighted words that typically would reference the applicable terms in the search warrant. So then I went back to look at the search warrant, and the words, and this now, Your Honor, I'm referencing States Exhibit 53 and page 2, but the applicable or authorized search words.
Wait, hang on, Mr. Otaki.
I apologize.
I'm trying to catch up with you. States Exhibit.
I believe it's 53.
That's a photograph from this cop.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, Defense Exhibit 53.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait.
The second page of it.
Okay, I'm with you now.
So, paragraph, for the following property, paragraph 2, the terms that were authorized to look for and pull documents related to off of the computer, the only terms were hike, poly, puka trail, oahu, trip, danger, death, fall, slip, accident, climb, cliff, kill, die, WhatsApp, Ari, Ariel, Jeff, Jeffrey, Miller, terror power, protingent, affair, cheat, infidelity, syringe, vile, undetectable, incapacitate, divorce, separate. And those were the terms. So as I was looking at it this weekend, and looking at 107, nothing in 107, references any of those terms. So I believe that this was illegally obtained and should not be allowed to be used in a trial. Thankfully, I don't believe it was mentioned during opening. And at the very least, I think we need a 104 hearing of Mr. Iinuma. I emailed the prosecutor about it, and he didn't really explain much other than to say that the, highlighted shows what the search term was that came of it. But
So just to frame the issue down to its brass tacks, so to speak, your objection to States Exhibit 107 was obtained via search beyond the scope of the search warrant that is Defendant's 53.
correct. And again, I apologize, it's something obviously should have been raised earlier, but in the hundreds of pages of discovery, it's been discovered now, and I don't think that means that illegally obtained evidence should therefore be allowed in if we can stop it. So we have an opportunity to stop it. And again, I mean, that's why I emailed the prosecutor to inquire about it. His response, I didn't quite understand.
Well, let me hear from Mr. Gardner.
Yeah.
Mr. Gardner?
Okay, the only digital forensics materials the state is in possession of are those that are responsive to the search warrant and those search terms that Mr. Otake read out. So what we have here is maybe a disconnect, and maybe I didn't explain it very well to Mr. Otake in my email response. What was provided as a result of the search warrant was a folder from the digital forensics detective, with a software called the Magnet Axiom Examine. That software contained the digital forensics materials that were responsive to the search warrant. And each artifact, the digital materials that was in that software, that was cataloged, had a color-coded tag next to it that showed which term from the search warrant matched part of that artifact. So which term from the search warrant basically flagged that artifact to be included. The term with regards to this artifact is separate.
Is what?
Separate.
And I'm sorry, did you reference one of these record numbers on this? What number was it? In the Magnet report? Or?
I don't think I referenced it
Oh, okay.
in the Magnet report. This is in the actual software that was provided in Discovery.
This
So-
thing, right?
No, this is the actual software.
Okay.
So,
So
Mr.
sorry,
Gardner,
go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm just trying to follow along.
I need to talk out loud so I can understand it. What you're telling me is when Detective Inuma executed the search warrant, or the search pursuant to the search warrant, part of the results for the word separate, it pulled up State's Exhibit 107.
It did pull up State's Exhibit 107. It pulled it up in the code underlying that exhibit. So State's Exhibit 107 is the email indicating that this package from Walmart arrived. If you go to page 2 of State's 107, that's where the word recorder is highlighted. The reason that is highlighted is that's because in that same software that only had the contents of the search warrant, that's what was typed into the search bar to go back and find this artifact. It's not an indication of what was flagged by the search warrant. If that makes any sort of sense. And if,
I'm trying to make the connection. So run that by me again.
sure. When a user is using the Magnet Axiom software, which I actually have up on my screen now, I don't know if it would be easier for me to find an HDMI and plug it into the screen up there to do this, but I'll try and explain first.
Please.
So I have a list of all 7,941 artifacts that were responsive to the search warrant. In the top right is a search bar where I can search for any term I want, but the only results are going to be the only artifacts I have at all are the ones that are responsive to the search warrant.
I see. So what you're telling me is recorder, that's highlighted in here, is a manual search by Detective Inuma of materials that were already called out by the program from the search warrant.
In this case, the word recorder was me since the state has to prepare the exhibits, but yes.
Okay. So, and part of my disconnect here is I don't fully understand the operational mechanism of the program that's being used.
Sure.
So is it, you tell me, Mr. Garner.
Sure.
Why would the search term separate in the program pull up this email from Walmart?
Detective Inuma would probably be able to determine it better, but it was contained somewhere in the underlying code that's related to that email.
Okay.
Got it. So the term is in there. If I look at the screen, which I'm looking at, there is, very, very long kind of code that I don't think would be helpful to anybody that's not an expert in understanding this.
Okay, so I have a better understanding of why recorder is highlighted. Go ahead, Mr. Otaki.
So, but, I mean, how a software operates is one thing. Like you said, the operational mechanism of this software that law enforcement uses is one thing. That's frankly irrelevant. What is relevant is what the search warrant allows.
Mhm.
And under paragraph 2, what it allows is electronic files and data stored within a specific electronic device and storage media. But this is the important part. But specifically to seize only files and data that contain, include, reflect, or otherwise reference the following terms. So, just because you use some whatever law enforcement software and you type the word separate into your law enforcement software and it pulls up files that do not contain that term, that violates the search warrant, because the search warrant says you can only seize files and data that contain, so this file does not contain the word separate, include, this file, when I'm saying this file, I'm talking about 107, does not include the word separate, reflect, this file does not reflect the word separate, or otherwise reference, this file does not otherwise reference the word separate. So, that's why every other exhibit, I mean, as far as I could see, the exhibits they're planning to use, it has the terms in it. Hike, Polypuka, Miller, Ari, Ariel, infidelity, divorce, right? So those, all of those, contain, include, reflect, or reference the search terms. This file does not. So it doesn't matter for purposes of compliance with the search warrant if some software somehow, for whatever reason, pulls this up. And again, I still quite don't understand why the word recorder is highlighted. I mean, because it sounds like the prosecutor did that, and in the other ones, the search terms, I believe, are highlighted. So that's what made me look at it, and I thought, oh, is recorder a search term? And then it's not, right? So what matters is, does this file contain, include, reflect, or otherwise reference the term separate? And it does not. It does not. So it was obtained illegally, it was seized illegally, and it should be precluded.
I think we should hear from Detective Iinuma.
And that's what I started off by suggesting, that we may need a 104 hearing.
Because
And that's why I asked about timing.
we assume, or right now, the argument assumes that the file doesn't reference separate.
I mean, just by looking at it, what's been turned over doesn't.
Well, there's more to that in an algorithmic search, is what I'm thinking, because it might, depending on what the algorithm is, still refer to separate. We don't know how the software operates, right?
Well, I agree with that, but again, I don't think within the definition of contain, include, reflect, or reference, some whatever, I don't know much about tech, but just if it's like, they're talking about seized files that contain, include, reflect, or otherwise reference. So if there's some like underlying whatever I don't even know what it's called, metadata or whatever, that's not this. So this this is a file that was obtained.
I think your argument is right on point, Mr. Otaki. If the search warrant just contained the words contain, include the following key specific terms. But because we don't really understand what reflect or otherwise reference, I'm happy to hear from Detective Iinuma further.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And again, I would like to as well, because that's anyway.
So
And it's good because he's later today, so.
Mr. Grant?
Sure. I do want to put, just so everybody knows, the word separate was contained in not the exhibit that was prepared, but it was contained in the underlying data that has been provided. So I expect that's what Detective Iinuma's testimony at this hearing will be.
Okay. And do you actually have that separate data that reflects the email?
I mean, I'm looking at it right now on my screen.
Can I see it?
Yeah. Show Mr. Otaki.
This is actually a different email, but same idea.
Okay. Well, I'd like, when you're ready, when you have the actual one we're talking about, let me know. Thank you.
So can I table that aside for now?
I think so, if we're not calling him now.
Yeah, if you're satisfied by what is viewable on the program, then maybe the issue resolves itself. And if not, we can always hear from Detective Yee a little more further.
Pretty sure I'm not gonna be satisfied, but I'll take a look.
We're always
Thank-
hopeful, Mr. Otaki.
Yeah, I know. And thank you, Your Honor. Again, I admit this is something that should have been raised earlier, so I apologize for that, but
So if we have to have a 104 hearing, this is what I
I
suggest.
think it'd be short.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Let's see where we are, because we have other two witnesses that can go first. Let's
Correct.
take care of those witnesses, and then we'll have the 104 hearing before Detective Inouye really testifies. And depending where we are in the day, we may just do the 104 hearing, or if we can do it in a short amount of time, then maybe we can call him as a witness.
Understood, because I think we're gonna have plenty of time on Tuesday as well if we need it. Thank you.
So that's one issue. You had something else, Mr. Otaki?
Yeah, the only other issue, and I think it's easily remedied, but, so, if the court recalls, their motions in limine, there was the issue of, in response to us raising the issue of Ms. Konig removing roughly $123,000 from a joint bank account 3 days after the alleged incident. In response to that, the prosecutors interviewed her, and she and email reference after the 123,000 was moved, they say that there was a few transactions where smaller amounts of money, you know, maybe like $800, $1,200, I don't know. There was a few transactions where money was then removed from their account without them authorizing it, and the inference was that it was Dr. Konig who did that. We fought that in motion in limine because obviously he was in OCCC, and obviously you don't get to do online banking in OCCC. But the court allowed that in, which is fine. But the issue is this: on our witness list is Dr. Konig's brother Ruan Konig, who resides on the mainland, and he's the one that followed up on this, communicated with the bank, and had to take steps to shut down the account when he learned it was those transactions were fraudulent, related to some address in Texas that set up fraudulently accessed those accounts and moved the money, and he has knowledge about that it wasn't Dr. Konig. So I thought that Mr. Garner might get into that with Ms. Konig, so we have Ruan on standby, but he lives on the mainland. He did not, so I emailed him over the weekend and asked him, okay, you didn't get into that with Ms. Konig. Are you planning to cross Dr. Konig about that, or get into it with Emil? Because I only ask because if you are, then we're going to need to call Ruan, and ideally we would call him Tuesday afternoon, but it was just logistically trying to not fly him here for no reason if they're not going to get into it. But we can't wait to find out because it's going to be, timing wise, it's going to lead to a delay. So I asked if he was going to get into it. Mr. Garner essentially said that he can't tell me because it depends on, I guess, what he said is it depends on how Dr. Konig testifies, right? So, so the solution that I guess I've like to propose is that if he gets into it, that we be allowed to call Ruan by Zoom.
Mr. Garner?
That's fine.
Granted.
Thank you. That was it.
Anything else we should take up while we wait for the jury?
No, we'll wait for the jury. I can show Mr. Otaki. I picked up the artifact.
Okay, so are we, we're going with Amarin?
Okay, let's go.
Oh, sorry, off record. Yes, yes.
And Case number 22, State of Hawaii versus Gerhardt Konig, 1 CPC-25-373 for further jury trial. Counsel, can I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Joel Garner for the state. Also present is Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Franklin Don Picaro, Jr.
Morning, Mr. Garner. Morning, Mr. Picaro.
Morning, Joel.
Morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thomas Otake and Manta Dirks on behalf of Dr. Gerhardt Konig, who is present.
Morning, Mr. Otake. Morning, Mr. Dirks. Morning, Dr. Konig.
Morning, Your Honor.
Gentlemen, all of you can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning to all of you. Welcome back to courtroom 15. Thanks for braving the rain yet again. We're going to continue on with our schedule and the presentation of evidence. I expect us, or the plan anyway, is for us to be here for the better part of today. I know it feels like a Monday, but it's really a Friday. But we'll soldier on as best as we can. And when I get a better idea on our scheduling, I'll keep you up to date as best we can. Mr. Garner, is the state ready to continue on its case in chief?
Yes, Your Honor. Before the state would like to call its next witness, the state would like to read a stipulation into evidence.
Okay, before you do, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Garner is going to read a stipulation of facts out loud to you. This has already occurred in the trial, and just like that other stipulation of facts, the facts that are read out loud to you by Mr. Garner, they're agreed upon by the parties. These are not facts that are in dispute, and you are to treat these facts as conclusively proved. Mr. Garner.
It is hereby stipulated and agreed by and between the State of Hawaii, represented by Joel R. Garner, Deputy Prosecuting Attorney, City and County of Honolulu, State of Hawaii, and Defendant Gerhardt Konig, represented by Thomas M. Otake, Esquire, that the following facts are true and accurate and shall be admitted into evidence at trial in lieu of testimonial and/or documentary evidence. 1. On March 24, 2025 at 4:34 p.m., evidence custodian Eric Nagayama received items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 under HPD report 25-110958 from evidence specialist Brittany Kopp. Evidence custodian Eric Nagayama placed items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 into the evidence room. From the time that Eric Nagayama took possession of items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, to the time he placed them in the evidence room, the items were in the sole custody and control of Mr. Nagayama. During that time, the items were not tampered with, altered, substituted, or destroyed in any way. Number 2. On March 27, 2025, 2:57 p.m., evidence custodian Ejo Urakami removed item 2 under HPD report 25-110958 from the evidence room and provided it to Detective Tracy Spacek. From the time that evidence custodian Ejo Urakami removed item 2 under HPD report 25-110958 to the time that he provided it to Detective Spacek, item 2 remained in the sole custody and control of Mr. Urakami. During that time, the item was not tampered with, altered, substituted, or destroyed in any way. Number 3. On March 27, 2025 at 2:58 p.m., evidence custodian Ejo Urakami received item number 2 under HPD report 25-110958 from the Detective Tracy Spacek and placed it into the evidence room. From the time that evidence custodian Urakami received item 2 to the time he placed it in the evidence room, item 2 remained in the sole custody and control of Mr. Urakami. During that time, the item was not tampered with, altered, substituted, or destroyed in any way. On March 25th, 2025, at 7:14, Number 4. On March 25th, 2025, at 7:14 a.m., evidence custodian Keo Mika removed items 13 and 14 under HPD report 25-110958 from evidence locker 121 at the Honolulu Police Department main station and placed them in the evidence room. From the time that evidence custodian Mika removed the items from the storage locker to the time that he placed them in the evidence room, the items remained in the sole custody and control of Mr. Mika. During that time, the items were not tampered with, altered, substituted, or destroyed in any way. Number 5. On March 26, 2025, at 10:42 a.m., evidence custodian Lucia Gonzalez received item 24 under HPD report 25-110958 From evidence specialist Gerhardt Konig. Evidence custodian Lucia Gonzalez placed item 24 into the evidence room. From the time that Lucia Gonzalez took possession of item 24 to the time that she placed the item in the evidence room, the item was in the sole custody and control of Ms. Gonzalez. During that time, the item was not tampered with, altered, substituted, or destroyed in any way. Number 6. On March 26, 2025 at 8:21 p.m., evidence custodian Jeanette Moses received item 45 under HPD report 25-110958. Received item 45 under HPD report 25-110958 from evidence specialist Mohammed Salome. Evidence custodian Jeanette Moses placed item 45 into the evidence room. From the time that Jeanette Moses took possession of item 45 to the time she placed the item in the evidence room, the item was in the sole custody and control of Ms. Moses. During that time, the item was not tampered with, altered, substituted, or destroyed in any way. Number 7. On March 31, 2025 at 10:40 a.m., evidence custodian Brenda Montpetit retrieved items 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13, 14, 24, and 45, and provided them to Michelle Amarin. From the time that evidence custodian Montpetit retrieved items 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13, 14, 24, and 45, to the time that she provided them to Michelle Amarin, the items remained in the sole custody and control of Ms. Montpetit. During that time, the items were not tampered with, altered, substituted, or destroyed in any way. And number 8, all of the above occurred in the city and county of Honolulu, state of Hawaii. Thank you.
Mr. Garner. Now, state's next witness.
The state calls Michelle Amarin.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First of all, can you please state your name?
Michelle Amarin
And Ms. Amarin, where are you employed?
at HPD.
Is that the Honolulu Police Department?
Yes,
How long have you worked for HPD?
for more than 10 years.
What position do you hold there?
I am a criminalist.
And in order to be a criminalist at HPD, is there any training you have to complete?
Yes.
Okay. And before we get to the training, what are your duties or responsibilities as a criminalist?
My duties and responsibilities include performing DNA testing and serology on items of evidence, presenting my conclusions, and testifying as an expert witness.
I'm going to ask you a little bit about your education right now. Did you earn an undergraduate degree?
Yes,
And what degree did you earn?
I earned a Bachelor's of Arts in Biology
And where did you earn the degree from?
from the University of Hawaii.
At Manoa?
Yes,
Have you received any specialized training in DNA testing?
yes.
How many trainings have you attended since 2015?
I've attended over 30 different trainings.
And can you briefly describe the specialized training that you received?
These trainings were either web-based or in-person trainings that I received from different organizations, and they covered topics such as DNA mixture interpretation and the standards for DNA testing.
You mentioned organizations. What organizations did you receive these trainings from?
A couple of them are the Federal Bureau of Investigations and the California Criminalistics Institute.
Ms. Amarin, when was the most recent training you attended?
I attended a training in January of this year.
And I'm going to take a step back, also regarding training. Is there any in-house training that you have to complete to become a criminalist?
Yes. So I completed a 1-year in-house training with HPD's Forensic Biology Unit in the area of DNA testing and serology.
And did you have to pass any exams before you started your work as a criminalist?
Yes. So the training included modules where I answered questions, got lectures, did practicals, and had to pass exams.
Ms. Amarin, do you have any certifications related to your work?
Yes, I'm certified in molecular biology by the American Board of Criminalistics.
What does it mean to be certified in molecular biology?
It means I have attained the professional qualifications in knowledge, education, and experience to practice in my field of forensics.
And you mentioned a organization that gave that certification?
Yes, the American Board of Criminalistics.
And what is that?
That is the organization that provides me with this certification.
Got it. Okay, you mentioned a couple terms so far. I want to follow up on them. You mentioned the term serology. What does serology mean?
Serology pertains to tests that can determine the possible presence of a biological fluid. At HPD, we test for blood, semen, or saliva stains.
And you mentioned forensic DNA testing. What does that mean?
Forensic DNA testing is the application of DNA testing in criminal cases.
About how many times have you performed serological analysis?
I've performed serology on over 300 different samples.
About how many times have you performed forensic DNA analysis?
On over 1,000 samples.
Have you ever been qualified to offer opinion testimony in court before?
Yes,
Approximately how many times?
over 10 times.
All right, during those 10 plus times, did you offer your opinion in forensic DNA testing and serology?
Yes,
At this point, Your Honor, the state offers the witness as qualified to provide opinion testimony in the area of serology and forensic DNA testing, subject to any voir dire examination.
Mr. Otake.
No objection to her qualifications.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ms. Amarin will be allowed to provide opinion testimony to you in the areas of serology and forensic DNA testing. You may proceed.
Okay. Ms. Amarin, is the DNA analysis and serology that you'll testify to today based on your training, experience, and education in the field of forensic biology?
yes,
Are the conclusions regarding the DNA analysis and serology testing that you'll testify to are the conclusions that you reach in this case accurate and reliable?
yes,
Okay. And to drill down on those definitions, by accurate do you mean that they were the result of or based on established methods of examination which are widely accepted as valid within your profession?
yes,
And are those methods widely accepted as valid by other experts in your field?
yes,
And when we use the term reliable, does that mean that the results you achieved could be replicated or duplicated by following the same established methods that you followed in this case?
yes.
Okay. Ms. Amarin, where is the current HPD main police station located?
It's located at 801 South Baratania Street in Honolulu.
Are you familiar with the place there called the Scientific Investigation Section?
Yes,
What is that?
that is HPD's forensics lab.
Is it known as SIS for short?
Yes,
And to use common terms, would that also be what somebody would call the crime lab?
yes, you can think of it as a crime lab.
What different units are there in SIS?
There are 6 different units: the forensic biology unit, the drug unit, trace unit, firearms unit, latent print unit, and the crime scene unit.
And what is the forensic biology unit?
That's the unit I work at, and that focuses on DNA testing and serology.
Does the forensic biology unit have any accreditations?
Yes,
Okay. What are they?
the lab is accredited in forensic testing.
And is it okay if I call the forensic biology unit the FBU from now on?
Sure.
When was the FBU last accredited?
It was accredited in December of 2024.
Who was the agency that issued that accreditation?
That would be ANAB, which stands for the ANSI National Accreditation Board. Yes.
Okay, and then I know that acronym just started with a different acronym. What does ANSI stand for?
The American National Standards Institute.
Okay, so the full acronym for ANAB is American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
Yes.
Okay. All right, what does it mean to be accredited by the ANAB?
It means that the lab is 100% compliant with national and international standards in forensic testing.
And why is that significant or important?
That's important because it ensures that we're using procedures that will produce quality work.
What does the FBU do to maintain its accreditation status?
The FBU, we undergo either internal or external audits each year, which will evaluate if we are following those standards.
Now, moving on a little bit, Ms. Amarin, does the HPD FBU have standard operating procedures for DNA testing?
Yes,
And going forward, can I use the acronym SOPs for standard operating procedures?
sure, yes.
Why does HPD have SOPs?
HPD has SOPs to ensure that the analysts are using validated procedures that, again, will produce quality work.
Are you familiar with the HPD SOPs?
Yes,
As part of the SOPs, do you use control samples when doing testing?
yes.
Before I get any further, what is a control sample?
There are two control samples, a positive and negative control, and these control samples are used to either determine if there could be possible contamination in my procedures or to ensure that the instruments and the reagents that we use are working properly.
Okay. And you said two different types of control samples?
Yes,
Okay. Is the first one a reagent control?
yes, that would be the negative control.
Okay, and what does the reagent control help you determine?
That one will help me determine if there's possible contamination in any step of my procedure. In that sample, there should be no DNA, so at the end of my results, if I have no DNA in it, then I know that there's no contamination in my procedures.
And the other type of control sample you mentioned, is that the positive control?
Yes.
Okay, what is the positive control?
The positive control is a sample that has an expected DNA profile. So at the end of my testing, if I get that expected DNA profile, I know that my instruments and my reagents were working properly.
Do you use these control samples every time you do a forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, on every, it's run with every sample from the crime scene.
With these control samples, are you able to determine if the machines and instruments involved in the DNA typing process are working properly?
Yes,
Did you use these control samples and follow the procedures every time you used any machines or instruments in this case?
yes,
Did you review the results of running those control samples in this case every time you processed samples?
I did.
And what were the results of the use of the reagent control and the positive control in this case?
For both controls, they came out as expected.
Based on those results, were the machines and instruments that you used in your DNA analysis or in your forensic analysis working properly in this case?
Yes,
Ms. Amarin, are you familiar with the term validation studies?
yes.
What are these?
A validation study is a research process that the lab will use to evaluate a technique or procedure to ensure that the results are, it's an effective technique that's getting the results that we would expect.
Okay. And how do validation studies relate to the HPD standard operating procedures?
So the standard operating procedures are based on these validation studies.
So if all SOPs are followed, what can you say about the results of the DNA testing?
The results are accurate and reliable.
Ms. Amarin, I'm going to change subjects just a little bit. I'm going to ask you for some definitions. So first of all, what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and you can think of DNA as the blueprint for life because it directs the growth and functions of all living things. In humans, half of our DNA comes from our mothers and half from our fathers, and each individual's DNA is unique, making it a useful tool for human identification.
And where is DNA found?
DNA is found in the cells of the body as well as in the cells of our biological fluids like blood.
Is there any difference in DNA found from different types of cells from the same person?
I wouldn't expect there to be a difference, no.
Okay. So DNA from saliva, is that any different from DNA from blood?
It shouldn't be, no.
So in a case such as the ones you deal with at the Forensic Biology Unit, what are you trying to determine through DNA testing?
I'm trying to determine whether a known individual is associated with or excluded from the evidence of a crime.
Are you familiar with contact or touch DNA?
Yes,
And how is that type of DNA transferred?
that is what the name says. So contact, or we also call it touch DNA, is transferred typically when a person will touch something, they will leave behind their skin cells that have DNA in it.
Okay. I'm going to move on just a little bit to the other subject we've talked about, serology. Starting off, what is serology?
Serology is a test that we use to determine if a possible biological stain is blood, semen, or saliva.
Okay. And did you do any types of serological testing in this case?
Yes,
What kind of tests did you use?
I use two different tests for blood. The first one is called blood ID, and the second is hemotrace.
Is there any difference between the blood ID test and the hemotrace test?
Yes.
What is the difference?
So the blood ID is a color-changing test that will turn blue if positive for blood. The second test, hemotrace, is a antibody antigen test, similar to like a pregnancy test or a rapid COVID test, where two lines will indicate positive for human origin and one line would be a negative result.
Why do you do both the blood? Sorry. Why do you do both the blood ID and the hemotrace tests?
So both of these tests are used to help guide me and determine if I should take the sample for further testing for DNA or whether I can stop testing that stain because it might not be blood.
Are both the blood ID tests and the hemotrace test considered scientifically valid?
Yes,
Are they generally accepted and widely used in the field of forensic biology?
yes.
Does HPD SIS have any sort of serological or screening test to detect contact or touch DNA?
No,
Okay. To your knowledge, does any labs have that?
not to my knowledge, no.
And is touch DNA or any type of DNA visible to the naked eye?
No, it's microscopic.
Okay. Next topic, Ms. Amarin. In general, how is DNA testing performed?
DNA in general, I will take samples from my items of evidence and they will go through a series of lab procedures, and at the end I will obtain DNA profiles for those samples.
And how many steps are there?
There are 5.
And could you tell us the 5 steps?
Yes, the first one is screening, then extraction, quantification, amplification, and typing.
Okay, we're going to go through each of those 5 steps, and I'm going to ask you to explain kind of what they are. So the first step you mentioned was screening. What does the screening test mean?
Screening is a process where I will examine the item of evidence and determine where I'm going to take my samples. So I will look at this stage for stains that could possibly contain blood and take that for serology. Or I'll also look for areas that might have contact or touch DNA and take samples from those areas.
And that was kind of an explanation of how you do the screening step? Okay.
Yes.
After you finish doing the screening step, what are you left with in terms of physical item or test subject?
At the end of my screening, I'm either left with a cutting from the item, say like a piece of fabric, I'll take a cutting of it, or a swab, which is similar to like a Q-tip, where I'll rub the swab against an item to take the DNA off of it.
Okay, so, and is that it for the screening step?
Other than doing serology testing, yes.
Okay. We'll come back to the serology in a bit. So now that you've got this either swab or cutting, what's the next step in the DNA testing that you do?
So after I have my samples, they're in small little test tubes, and those samples will go through extraction.
And what is the extraction process?
So extraction is used to release the DNA from the cells. So in this step, I will add reagents, and I will also use heat to help break open the cells and release the DNA. Then I will put those samples on an instrument called a Maxwell FSC, which will then purify the sample for me.
Overall, how long does the extraction process take?
Extraction typically takes around 2 hours.
And then, okay, once you're finished with the extraction process and you've extracted the DNA from the cells, what's the third step? Or the third step.
After extraction is amplification. Is quantification.
Okay, could you explain what quantification is?
Quantification is a process where I estimate the amount of DNA in the sample. For that process, again, I'm adding reagents to a separate plate now with little wells in it, and I'm also adding a little bit of my sample, and it's run on a different instrument called a real-time PCR machine, and that instrument will use fluorescence to help me quantify how much DNA is in my samples.
And after quantification, what's the next step?
Amplification.
How does the amplification step work?
In amplification, you can think of it as like a copier machine for DNA, because it's making millions and millions of copies of the specific regions that make up the DNA profile.
And what process is used in the amplification step?
In amplification, I'm using a process called PCR, which is the polymerase chain reaction. And in this step, I'm copying the DNA strands that make up the DNA profile.
Are you familiar with the scientific principles on which PCR, or polymerase chain reaction testing, is based?
Yes.
Is the PCR process considered scientifically valid?
Yes.
Is it generally accepted and widely used in the field of forensic biology?
Yes.
Okay, so we've gone through 4 steps so far. The last step you mentioned was typing. What is the typing step?
In typing, I'm actually obtaining the DNA profile at this step.
Okay. Overall, when you're testing DNA, are you looking at the entire thing, or are you looking at a specific part?
So I'm only looking at specific regions of the DNA molecule.
Okay, and what regions, or are you familiar with what an STR is?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
So STR stands for a short tandem repeat, and you can think of DNA as a really, really long strand of 4 different colored beads. And at specific regions on this strand, the beads will repeat in pattern. And these repeating patterns are what are the STRs. So those are the sections that I'm looking at that make up the DNA profile.
Ms. Amron, are you familiar with the underlying principles on which STR testing is based?
Yes.
And is STR testing considered scientifically valid?
Yes.
Is it generally accepted and widely used in your field?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Amarin, would two unrelated people ever expect to have the exact same DNA profile?
Unless they are identical siblings, then no. No two people will have the same DNA profile.
And can the DNA typing step tell you the gender of the contributor?
Yes, so I can tell the gender of the contributors for a DNA profile.
Okay, and how do you do that?
There are 3 different regions in the DNA profile that are sex markers, and these will help me determine if there is a male or female present in it.
And to clarify, are you doing that sort of determination in a single source sample or a mixture?
Usually only for single source
Okay,
samples in this case.
got it. And then, sorry to ask a follow-up, could you tell us the difference between a single source profile and a mixture?
A single source profile is a DNA profile from one individual, while a mixture is a DNA profile from multiple different people.
And how would you be able to tell if a profile you're looking at is single source versus a mixture?
In a single source profile, I expect to see only 2 inherited characteristics for those STRs. There's 21 that we look at, and if there should only be 1 or 2 at each location, and then that will tell me it's a single source profile. For mixtures, they'll have more than 2.
Okay. And why do you expect to only see 2 numbers at each profile?
So there's only 2 inherited characteristics because, again, you remember that you inherit from your mom and your dad, so you'll inherit 1 STR from your mom and 1 from your dad.
Almost there with the definitions. In DNA testing, what is a question sample?
A question sample is a sample from the crime scene evidence.
Do you know, at a question sample, at the start of your analysis, who contributed to that sample?
No, it's unknown, so it's questionable who is the source of this DNA.
And in DNA testing, what is a known sample or reference sample?
A known sample or reference sample is a DNA profile from a known individual.
And how would you get a reference sample normally?
How is it collected?
Yes.
I don't collect it, but typically you will get a swab and you'll swab the inside of a person's mouth.
Is it a buccal swab?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how does the DNA comparison process work?
DNA comparisons, there's 2 types. The first type is manual comparisons, and that's what I can do, is where I'll look at the DNA profile of the crime scene evidence, the question sample, and I'll compare it to the known DNA profile from that known individual and see if there's any similarities or differences. The second type of comparison is done by another analyst, and they're using a computer software to help them do the comparisons.
Okay. And you said you do the manual interpretation.
Yes.
So in this case, did you perform DNA comparisons between the question samples and known reference samples?
Yes, for some of the samples, yes.
And did any other analysts participate and use the computer program you mentioned?
Yes.
Okay, who was that?
Criminalist Scott Henderson.
So just so we're clear, in terms of your testimony today, can you tell us the extent of the analysis that you're testifying to?
I will be presenting conclusions on the presence of blood, the presence of human DNA. I will also tell you the number of contributors or the number of individuals in this DNA profile, as well as sometimes I will give you whether it's a male or female contributor. And I can also provide you with exclusions.
Okay. So in terms of manual DNA comparisons, your role in this case is limited to exclusions.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's get into this case, Ms. Amarin. In this case, were you assigned to conduct serological and DNA analysis testing under HPD report number 25-110958?
Yes.
How were you assigned to do that work?
The lab was received a request from a Detective Spacek.
Do you recall which date the request came in?
March 25, 2025.
What items did you test in this case?
I tested a t-shirt, shorts, swabs from the crime scene, 2 reference buccal swabs, and a rock.
And the reference buccal swabs, is that the same thing we were talking about earlier that create the known samples?
Yes.
And just a follow-up about buccal swabs, are those buccal swabs testing saliva or other types of cells?
They're testing mainly saliva, but also the inner cheek swabs that are inner cheek cells that are taken.
Did you follow the HPD standard operating procedures when you did the testing in this case?
Yes.
And does that include the use of the control samples that we talked about earlier?
Yes.
As part of HPD's procedures, is the DNA analyst required to document their work in each case?
Yes.
And why do you do that?
We document our work to ensure we're using the correct procedures as well as to allow for review.
And you say review, as part of HPD's SOPs, are the reports and documentation in each case independently reviewed by another DNA analyst at HPD?
Yes.
What is that review process called?
It's called technical review.
And in this case, did you document your work?
Yes.
Okay, was that in one single report or more than one?
In 2 reports.
And then did these reports go through the tech review process that you just described?
Yes.
On March 31st, 2025, did you withdraw from the HPD evidence room a rock recovered from the scene that was submitted as item number 2 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
Where is the evidence room located?
The evidence room is located in the basement of HPD's main station in Honolulu.
Who has access to the actual evidence room?
Only authorized personnel.
Do you have access to the evidence room?
Yes.
Do you actually go in and retrieve evidence yourself?
No.
Okay. Can you explain to us the difference?
So I'll go to the evidence room and request certain items, and the evidence custodians will retrieve the item and sign them out to me, and I will check the packaging to make sure it's intact and the seals are intact before I sign out that I received the items.
And who did you sign out the rock item number 2 from on March 31st, 2025?
From evidence custodian Brenda Monpetit.
With regards to all the items you tested in this case, did you retrieve them all from Ms. Monpetit?
Yes.
What kind of tests did you perform on the rock listed as item number 2 in this case?
I performed blood testing and human DNA testing.
Prior to your testing, was the rock that you signed out from Brenda Monpetit in your sole and continuous custody from the time you withdrew it from the evidence room to the time that you tested it?
Yes.
How was the rock packaged?
The rock was packaged in a sealed brown paper bag, kind of like a grocery bag, and it was sealed with an evidence tape that was signed and dated.
Were the seals on that with that evidence tape tampered with, altered, or destroyed?
There was no evidence of tampering.
And from the time that you retrieved the rock to the time that you did your testing on it, did you tamper with, alter, or destroy anything about the rock?
No.
How many areas of the rock did you test?
2 different areas.
Okay. And what was the mechanics of how you tested that?
How I chose those 2 areas?
I'm sorry. What did you actually physically do to the rock?
Oh, okay. So what I did is I took samples from the rock. So again, I took swabs and I took a swabbing of either the stains or the unstained area.
Okay. And so back to that, you took the cotton Q-tip kind of swabs you were talking about?
Yes.
All right, and then did you designate the swab of the stained area as 2 parentheses 105230 Q1?
Yes.
Did you designate your swab of the unstained area as 2 parentheses 105230 AQ1?
Yes.
All right, what were the results of the tests, and sorry, what tests did you do on those swabs?
I performed blood serology and DNA testing.
All right, we're going to go to that first swab. What were the results of the test that you performed on the rock, on the stained portion of the rock designated as 2105230 Q1?
The results were screening for the presence of human blood was positive, and screening for the presence of human DNA was positive.
Okay, so the serological tests, the blood ID and the hemodin came back positive,
Yes.
and the DNA, there was also human DNA present.
Yes.
Were you able to obtain, or sorry, before I get there, how many contributors were on that stained side of the rock?
For this stain, may I review my report?
Sure, your report is, I believe, on a binder behind you. And if you could flip to, I think it's exhibit number 200, and let us know when you're done.
Okay. For the stained area of the rock, the DNA profile obtained was consistent with one female individual.
Okay. So total number of contributors to the stained area of the rock was?
1.
And the gender of the contributor?
Female.
Ms. Amarin, did I miss any other results from that sample yet?
No. There is one more thing I can say.
Okay. Is that about a comparison?
Yes.
Okay. We'll come back to the comparison.
Okay.
Okay. We're going to move on to the next swab, the swab from the unstained area of the rock. What were the results of the test that you performed on the unstained area of the rock, designated 2 parentheses 105230 AQ1?
Screening for the presence of human DNA was positive.
Was there any results from any serological testing?
No.
So, got it. Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from the unstained area of the rock?
Yes.
How many contributors?
2.
And because there were 2 contributors, did you determine male or female?
No.
And we'll get to, did you do any comparisons for the unstained part of the rock?
I did not.
Okay, is that the computer comparisons that were done later by Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Got it. Okay, so I'm moving forward. On March 31st, 2025, did you withdraw from the HPD evidence room a swab titled as swab from stain from plant off trail that was submitted as item number 3 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
Who did you sign that item out from?
From Brenda Montpetit.
Was this item then designated in your report as lab control 3 parentheses 105230 Q1?
Yes.
And I'm going to pause from the questions for a minute. When we say Q1 at the end of those numbers, bless you. When we say Q1, what does that mean?
Q1 is just a way for the lab to designate that this is from a question sample or the sample from the crime scene. So there's a Q at the end of the sample name.
Got it. And what kind of tests did you perform on this swab 3105230 Q1?
I performed blood serology and human DNA testing.
Prior to your testing, was this swab that you signed out from Brenda Montpetit in your sole and continuous custody from the time you withdrew it from the evidence room to the time you tested it?
Yes.
Were there any seals broken on that swab?
No.
And then prior to conducting your testing, was the swab tampered with, altered, or destroyed in any way while it was in your custody and control?
No.
What were the results of the test that you performed on the swab designated 3(105230) Q1? And let's start with the serological testing.
Screening for the presence of human blood was positive, and screening for the presence of human DNA was positive.
So ultimately, were you able to obtain a DNA profile from this swab?
Yes.
Were you able to estimate a number of contributors?
Yes.
How many?
2 contributors.
And again, because and is an estimate of 2 contributors, is that considered a single sample, a single source sample, or a mixture?
It's considered a mixture.
And because this was a mixed sample, did you determine the gender of any contributors?
No.
Right. And then did you do any comparison for this swab?
No.
Okay. Was there a comparison done with the computer program later?
Yes.
Got it. All right. Moving on. On March 31st, 2025, did you withdraw from the HPD evidence room a swab labeled as stain from plant from leaf on trail?
Yes.
And that was submitted as item number 4 under HPD report 25-110958.
Yes.
And who did you sign that swab out from?
Brenda Montpetit.
And was this item designated as lab control 4, parentheses 105230, and parentheses Q1?
Yes.
What kind of test did you perform on this swab?
I performed blood serology and human DNA testing.
Prior to your testing, was the swab that you signed out from Brenda Montpetit in your sole and continuous custody from the time you withdrew it to the time you tested it?
Yes.
Were there any seals that were broken on that swab that you could see?
There were no seals broken.
Prior to conducting the testing, was the swab tampered with, altered, destroyed, substituted in any way while it was in your custody and control?
No.
Okay. And then could you tell us the results of the tests that you performed on the swab designated 4, parentheses 105230 Q1?
Screening for the presence of human blood was positive, and screening for the presence of human DNA was positive.
And were you able to obtain a DNA profile from this swab?
Yes.
Was this a single source sample or was this a mixture?
A single source from one individual.
Okay. And as it was single source from one individual, were you able to determine a gender?
Yes, it was female.
And then did you do any comparisons for this swab?
Yes.
And we'll come back to that in a few minutes as well. Okay, moving forward to the next item, Ms. Amarin. On March 31st, 2025, did you withdraw from the HPD evidence room a swab titled as stain from tree branch that was submitted as item number 5 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
Okay. And then who did you sign that item out from?
Brenda Montpetit.
And did you designate that item in your report as lab control 5, parentheses 105230, and parentheses Q1?
Yes.
And since I keep reading all these parentheses out, what does those numbers 105230 mean?
That's just my ID number.
Got it. Okay. And since you're the one doing the testing, you put your ID number next to it.
Yes.
What kind of test did you perform on the swab labeled as 5, parentheses 105230, and parentheses Q1?
Blood serology and human DNA testing.
Okay. Prior to your testing, was this swab that you signed out from Brenda Montpetit in your sole and continuous custody from the time you withdrew it to the time you tested it?
Yes.
And prior to conducting the testing, was the swab tampered with, altered, destroyed, or substituted in any way while it was in your custody and control?
No.
All right. Ms. Amarin, what were the results of the test that you performed on the swab designated as 5, parentheses 105230 Q1?
Screening for the presence of human blood was positive, and screening for the presence of human DNA was positive.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from this swab?
Yes.
And was this a single source or a mixture profile?
This was single source, so one contributor.
And what was the gender of the contributor?
Female.
And did you do any comparisons for this swab?
Yes.
So manual comparisons for swab 5105230.
Yes.
Okay. Next swab, Ms. Amarin. On March 31st, 2025, did you withdraw from the HPD evidence room a swab titled as Stain from Ground Under Bush, labeled as item number 6 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
Okay. And then who did you sign that item out from?
Brenda Montpetit.
Was this item designated as lab control 6, parentheses 105230, and parentheses Q1?
Yes.
What kind of test did you perform on this swab number 6?
Blood serology and human DNA testing.
Prior to your testing of this swab, was from the time that you signed it out from Brenda Montpetit to the time you tested it, was it in your sole and continuous custody and control?
Yes.
And were there any broken seals on the packaging?
No.
Prior to conducting the testing, was the swab tampered with, altered, destroyed, or substituted in any way while it was in your sole custody and control?
No.
What were the results of the test that you performed on the swab designated as 6, parentheses 105230, and parentheses Q1?
Screening for the presence of human blood and human DNA testing were positive.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from this swab?
Yes.
Was this a single source profile or a mixture?
This one was a single source profile.
Okay. And were you able to determine the gender of the contributor?
Yes.
What was that gender?
Female.
All right, Ms. Emmer, next object. On March 31st, 2025, did you also withdraw from the evidence room a T-shirt labeled as recovered from the defendant that was submitted as item number 13 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
Okay. And then who did you sign that item out from?
Brenda Montpetit.
Now, so far you've talked about swabs from Iraq. What's different about testing, doing DNA testing on a T-shirt?
For the T-shirt, I took cuttings from this item instead of swabs.
And how many samples or cuttings did you take from item 13, the T-shirt?
6.
And as part of your work, do you document the areas of the T-shirt that you take cuttings from?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach now with States Exhibit 134 and 135 previously shown to defense?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Amron, I've just handed you what's been marked as States Exhibit 134 and 135. Do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes.
Okay, what are these?
These are the photos I took during the screening of the T-shirt.
And what do these photos show?
These show the front and the back of the T-shirt with stickers indicating the areas I sampled.
And do these photos fairly and accurately depict item 13, the T-shirt, and the locations of the shirt that you sampled for DNA on March 31st, 2025?
Yes.
At this point, the state moves to admit States 134 and 135 into evidence.
Mr. Otake. No objection. Will be marked for identification as States Exhibit 134 and 135 will be received into evidence.
And permission to publish.
Granted.
All right, publishing now States Exhibit 134. Okay, Ms. Amarin, I'm going to hand you this iPad, and you can use a little stylus on it. If you could explain and show us the areas that you tested on this photograph.
So this is the front of the t-shirt, and there are 4 different areas that I tested. I observed 4 stains. So the first stain is this one here, and that one is the stain on the exterior right armpit.
And I'm sorry, what was there a number assigned to that one?
Yes, this is 1310530-Q1.
So that one is Q1 for the item number 13.
Yes.
Okay.
The second sample, Q2, is right there, and that is the stain on the exterior right chest.
Okay. And what Q number was this given?
Q2.
So using a short term, it would be item 13, Q2.
Yes.
Okay.
The third item, the third sample is there, and that is Q3. That is the exterior front bottom left.
Okay.
And Q4 is this last one here, which is the stain on the exterior front bottom right.
Okay. I'm going to walk up to the stand. I'm going to retrieve the iPad. I'm going to publish then States Exhibit 135, and we'll do the same thing. All right, we have States Exhibit 135 being published right now. Ms. Amarin, could you explain to us and show us using the laser pointer function which areas you tested?
This is the back of the t-shirt, and there are 2 stains that I sampled. The first one is, it's not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ooh. Ooh. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. This stain on the top is the stain on the exterior back top.
Okay. And what number or Q number was this given?
That is Q5.
Okay. And is this still item 13?
Yes.
Okay, so can we call this 13Q5?
Yes.
Okay. Is it okay going forward that I take out that string of numbers that's your ID? in each
Sure.
one? Got it. Okay, and what is the other stain or the other sample that you took from the rear of the t-shirt?
The last sample was Q6, which is this stain here, and that is the exterior back center.
Okay. Ms. Everett, I'm going to retrieve the iPad from you now. All right, what kind of tests did you perform on those 6 samples from item number 13, the t-shirt?
I performed blood serology and human DNA testing.
Okay. Prior to your testing, I'm sorry, I'm back. Did you take cuttings or swabs from this?
I took cuttings.
Got it. And how do you take the cuttings?
I use a scissors to cut a small piece of the fabric with the stain on it.
And prior to your testing, was item number 13 the t-shirt that you signed out from Brenda Montpetit? Was it in your sole and continuous custody from the time you withdrew it from her at the evidence room to the time that you tested it?
Yes.
Prior to conducting your testing, was the t-shirt tampered with, altered, destroyed in any way while it was in your custody and control?
No.
And were there any damages to the tamper-proof seals on the evidence?
No.
All right. Ms. Emmer, can you walk us through the results of your 6 samples from the shirts? And I'm actually going to put up States Exhibit 134. If we can start with Q1. I'm sorry, this is States Exhibit 135. Publishing 134. And we're going to zoom in on the areas. So for the area marked Q1, what was the results of your testing?
For Q1, the stain on exterior right armpit, screening for the presence of human blood and human DNA was positive.
And for Q1, the stain on exterior right armpit, was that a single source or multiple?
Multiple.
And as it was a multiple source, did you determine, and could you determine the number of contributors?
Yes, there were 2.
Okay. And because there were 2 possible contributors, did you determine a gender?
No.
Got it. All right, moving on to,
I'm always thinking about my next move. So when I found
Sorry.
out
Apologize.
that vaping actually
Sorry about that.
could you tell us the results of your testing on item number 13, Q2?
Screening for the presence of human blood and human DNA were positive.
Okay. And was this a single source or a multiple source?
Single source.
Okay. So Q2, stain on exterior right chest was single source?
Yes.
And were you able to get a DNA profile from that?
Yes.
And were you able to determine a gender?
Yes.
What was the gender?
Female.
Okay, Ms. Amarin, going on to Q number 3, the stain on the exterior front bottom, which is, can you look at the screen? Am I circling the correct one here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What were the results of your DNA testing with regards to the cutting from 13Q3?
Screening for the presence of human blood and human DNA were positive.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from this sample?
Yes.
Was it a single source profile? I'm sorry, how many contributors?
There were 2 contributors.
So not a single source profile.
No.
So as it was not a single source profile, did you determine whether it was male or female?
No.
All right. Moving on now to Q4, listed as the stain on exterior front bottom right. I'm circling now on the screen. What were the results of your DNA and serological testing on that sample?
Screening for the presence of human blood and human DNA were positive.
And was that, or how many contributors?
For that sample, there were 2 contributors.
And because it was 2 contributors, was it a single source or a mixture?
It was a mixture.
And because it was a mixture, did you determine the gender of any contributors?
No.
Right. We're going to now publish States Exhibit 135. And I'm going to zoom in on where the samples were. Sorry. Okay. Ms. Emery, what were the results of your DNA and serological testing on Q5 listed as stain on exterior back top? And I'm highlighting the area now.
Screening for the presence of human blood and human DNA were positive.
Okay. Were you able to estimate a number of contributors?
Yes.
How many?
There were 2.
So was this a single source profile or a mixture?
It was a mixture.
Right. And as it was a mixture, again, were you able to determine male or female?
No.
All right. And last sample for this piece of evidence, Ms. Amarin, looking at Q6, where I've highlighted now, the stain on exterior back center. What was the result of your serological and DNA testing on this sample?
Screening for the presence of human blood and human DNA were positive.
Okay. And were you able to estimate a number of contributors?
Yes. There was 1.
1 contributor. Okay. Were you able to get a DNA profile?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to determine the gender of that single contributor?
Yes, it was female.
Okay, Ms. Amarin, but for item number 13, and that's Q1 through Q6, on the 6 samples, did you do any comparisons manually yourself for these samples?
For any single source DNA profile, I did manual comparisons, yes.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you said the single sources in this one were Q2, the stain on exterior right chest, and Q6, the stain on exterior back center. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Got it. I'm going to take Exhibit 135 down for now. And we'll come back again in a few minutes to those comparisons. I'm going to move into the next section. Do you think now is appropriate for a break?
We could do it now, or we could do it in about 10 minutes.
We'll go about 10 more minutes.
Okay.
Sure. All right, Ms. Amarin, moving on a little bit to item number 14. On March 31st, 2025, did you also withdraw from the evidence room a pair of shorts recovered from the defendant labeled as item 14 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
Who did you sign those items out from?
Brenda Montpetit.
And overall, how many samples did you take from item number 14, the shorts?
I sampled 6 different areas.
Okay. And were these swabs or cuttings?
Cuttings.
As part of your work, did you document the areas of the shorts that you took the cuttings from?
Yes.
May I approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 136, 137, and 138, previously shown to defense? Severin, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 136, 137, 138. Before you look at those, could I take back 134 and 135? Thank you. Okay, Ms. Amarin, do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yes.
Okay, and what are these?
These are the photos I took of the shorts during my screening stage.
Do these photos also show the areas that you took the cuttings?
Yes.
Do these photos fairly and accurately depict item 14, the shorts, and the locations of the shorts that you tested for DNA and serology on March 31st, 2025?
Yes.
At this point, the State moves Exhibits 136 through 138, inclusive, into evidence.
Mr. Otake,
No objection.
what has been marked for identification as State's Exhibits 136, 137, and 138 received as evidence.
Okay, and permission to publish.
Granted.
Publishing 136 on the screen right now. Okay. Ms. Amarin, I've published dates 136 on the screen. I'm going to hand you the iPad with the pen, and if you could if you could circle and show us where you took the cuttings from, as well as highlight it with the pen.
So this is the back of the shorts, and there's 2 stains that I sampled. The first one is the stain on exterior back center, which is this big stain here. And that's Q1, and Q2 is this stain here, which is the stain on exterior back right.
Okay. I'm going to approach and I'm going to put up the next exhibit and we'll do the same. Publishing now states 137. All right, could you demonstrate, Ms. Amarin, for us where you took cuttings on this photo?
So this is the inner pants of the shorts, and this stain here, which is stain on exterior of inner pants Q3.
Okay. And that's the only stain in this photo?
That's the only new stain, yes.
Okay. And I'm going to approach and I'll publish. Now it states 138. All right. States 138 is now on the screen. Ms. Amarin, could you show us on this exhibit where you took cuttings for testing?
This is the front of the shorts, and there's 3 different areas I sampled. The first one is the stain on exterior top right, which is here. And That is Q4. The next stain is Q5, which is the stain on exterior front middle right, which is this one here. And Q6 is the stain on the exterior front left, which is here.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to retrieve the iPad from you now. And I'm going to remove states 1, 3, 8. Okay. Ms. Emmerich, what kind of tests did you perform? And overall, how many samples did you take from the shorts?
6.
Overall, what kind of tests did you perform on those 6 samples?
I performed human DNA testing and blood serology.
Prior to your testing of these shorts and the samples you took from them, from the time you signed them out from Brenda Montpetit, were they in your sole and continuous custody until you tested them?
Yes.
When you signed them out, were there any broken seals on the packages?
No.
And prior to conducting your testing, did you tamper with, alter, destroy, substitute in any way the shorts item number 14 or any of the samples?
No.
Ms. Amarin, we're going to walk through those 6 samples you took, and I'll ask you for each one of them what your results were, and if you can explain, okay?
Yes.
All right. And then I'm going to publish so we can go along together with the photograph. So publishing now states Exhibit 136. And for Q1, Ms. Amarin, you said that was the large stain in the center. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What were the results of your serology and human DNA testing for this sample?
Screening for the presence of human blood was negative, and no further testing was performed. So no DNA testing.
Got it. Okay. For Q2, which is the stain on exterior back right, which I'm circling at the top of the photo, what were the results of your serological and DNA testing?
Screening for the presence of human blood was negative. No further testing was performed.
So no DNA testing.
Yes, no DNA testing.
Got it. Okay, I'm going to publish now States Exhibit number 137. And I'm going to, all right, 137 is on the screen. Circling the stain you indicated earlier on the bottom as Q3, stain on exterior of inner pants. What were your results of your DNA and serological testing for this sample?
Screening for the presence of human blood was negative. No further testing was performed.
So no DNA testing.
Yes, no DNA testing.
All right. And moving on to publish now States Exhibit 138. The Q4 from item number 14, stain on exterior front top right, which I'm going to circle with the laser pointer right now. Am I circling the correct one?
Yes.
Okay. What were the results of your DNA and serological testing on item number 14Q4?
Screening for the presence of human blood and human DNA were positive.
Okay. Was this a single source sample or not?
Yes, it was a single source.
Okay. So because it was single source, did you then, you're redundant, what was the number of contributors?
1 contributor.
Okay. And was that contributor, were you able to determine the gender?
Yes, it was female.
Okay. Moving on to item number 14, the shorts, Q5, stain on exterior front middle right. I'm circling on the screen. Have I circled the correct one?
Yes.
Okay. What were the results of your serological and DNA testing for this item?
Screening for the presence of human blood and human DNA were positive.
Okay. Were you able to determine a number of contributors?
Yes, one female contributor.
And then were you able to get a DNA profile from this as well?
Yes.
Okay, and cycling back to Q4, were you also able to generate a DNA profile from that sample?
Yes.
Okay. And our last sample for the shorts, item number 14Q6, stain on exterior front left, which I'm circling. Did I circle the correct area?
Yes.
Okay. What were the results of your serological and DNA testing for this sample?
Screening for the presence of human blood and human DNA were positive.
Okay. Were you able to determine a number of contributors?
Yes. There were 2.
Okay. And were you able to generate a DNA profile from this sample?
Yes.
And was this a single source or mixture?
A mixture of 2 people.
And as it was a mixture, did you determine the gender?
No.
Got it. Okay, I'm going to take States Exhibit 138 down. I think now before I move into the next topic would be a good time.
Be a good time for recess. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's take a 10-minute recess. Ms. Alpha Fisher will collect you shortly after you have leave your notebooks on the chair. All right. Konig, 1 CPC-25-373. Konig is present in court with all four counsel of record. All jurors are back in the courtroom, and Ms. Michelle Amaranth on stand, still under oath. Mr. Garner, you may continue.
Thank you. Before we jump back into swabs and results or tests, Ms. Amarin, I'm going to hand you what's been entered into evidence so far as State's Exhibit 29 and State's Exhibit 30 in this case. We'll start with State's Exhibit 29. When you say you take cuttings from these items, how big of a hole do you leave?
A small hole,
Okay.
around less than a centimeter
And
square.
Can you still see all the holes of the cuttings you took on this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to retrieve State's Exhibit 29, and we'll do the same with 30. And then can you see the cuttings that you took on this exhibit as well?
Yes. They are small, about a centimeter at the largest.
Right. Thanks for showing us. Okay, Michelle, in addition to the samples, the question samples that you've already talked about this morning, did you test any reference samples for this case?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We're not quite done with the question samples, are we? Oh, I'm sorry. We are. My bad. Okay, reference samples. Could you remind everybody what a reference sample is?
A reference sample is a sample taken from a known individual.
And whose reference samples did you have access to in this case?
I had access to 2 samples, one from Konig and one from Gerhardt Konig.
And was Konig's reference sample labeled as item number 24 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
And was Gerhardt Konig's reference sample listed as item number 45 under HPD report 25-110958?
Yes.
On March 31st, 2025, did you retrieve item 24, Konig's reference buccal swab sample, as well as item 45, Gerhardt Konig's reference buccal swab sample from the evidence room?
Yes.
Who did you recover them from?
I recovered them from Brenda Monpetit.
How were these reference buccal swabs packaged?
They were received in sealed manila envelopes.
And at the time you received them, how many seals were on each package?
1 seal on each package.
And was each seal signed or initialed?
Yes.
Were any seals broken?
No.
And was item 24 listed in your lab report as 24K1?
Yes.
And was item number 45 listed as 45K1?
Yes.
Okay, so all the swabs or samples we talked about earlier were Q1, Q2. Why are these K numbers?
So the Q was for the question samples, and the K is to indicate that it's from a known individual, a known sample.
And then what kind of test did you perform on these 2 swabs, 24K1 and 45K1?
DNA testing.
Prior to your testing, were the swabs that you signed out from Brenda Montepetit, items number 24 and items 45, in your sole custody and control from the time you withdrew them to the time you tested them?
Yes.
Prior to conducting the testing, while those items were in your control, were they tampered with, altered, substituted, or destroyed in any way?
No.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from item number 24, Konig's reference sample?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile from item number 45, Gerhardt Konig's reference sample?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the last area of questions I want to ask Ms. Ammer is to follow up on some comparisons you said you made earlier. In which kind of question samples did you compare the question sample with the 2 known reference samples?
So I made comparisons when the question sample was single source or from one individual, and I could make my manual exclusions.
Okay. And were your comparisons only limited to exclusions?
Yes.
Okay. So based on your comparison for the sample 2Q1, the stained portion of item 2, the rock, what were your results with the manual interpretation?
For the stain from the rock, Gerhardt Konig is excluded as a contributor to the DNA profile obtained.
All right. For item number 4Q1, which is the swab from the swab titled "Stain from Plant Leaf on Trail," what was your conclusion during the manual comparison, again, with regards to exclusions?
Same conclusion, Gerhardt Konig is excluded as a contributor to the DNA profile obtained.
All right. Swab or sample 5Q1, which was titled "Stain from Tree Branch." What was your result of your manual comparison, again, as it relates to exclusion?
Gerhardt Konig is excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained.
Sample number 13Q2. You mentioned that you did do a comparison, and that was the T-shirt stain on exterior right chest, right?
Yes.
Okay, what were the results of your manual interpretation for 13Q2?
Gerhardt Konig is excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained.
And lastly, item number 13Q6, titled "Stain on Exterior Back Center." What was the results of your manual comparison, again, as it relates to exclusions?
Gerhardt Konig is excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained.
Did I miss any other manual comparisons that you made?
I think there was one more for the shorts.
Oh, okay. So it's item number 14.
Actually, two.
Okay, and that's 14
Q4 and Q5.
Q4 and Q5?
Yes.
Okay, so for item number 14, the shorts, sample Q4, titled "Stain on Exterior Front Top Right," what were the results of your manual comparison?
Same exclusion, Gerhardt Konig is excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained.
And for item 14, the shorts, Q5, for the samples titled "Stain on Exterior Front Middle Right," what was the result of your manual interpretation?
Same exclusion, Gerhardt Konig is excluded as a possible contributor to the DNA profile obtained.
All right, so that is 7 manual comparisons you did?
Yes.
For each of those samples, what was the result of the presence for blood?
In all of those samples, the presence of human blood was positive.
And in all of those samples, were you able to determine the gender of the contributor?
Yes, it was all one female individual.
All right. Any other comparisons done by yourself?
No.
Okay. And who else did any further comparisons?
Criminalist Scott Henderson.
Okay. All right. Did everything you testified to occur in the city and county of Honolulu, state of Hawaii?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
So we're talking cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Amarin.
Good morning.
We've been here a couple hours, and are you aware that the jury in this case has seen photographs of Ariel Konig's head covered in blood? Have you seen those photographs?
I have not.
Okay, and but your testimony is basically the blood that was swabbed was a female's blood, right? As it relates to the clothing and blood items was female blood, right?
Human blood was positive, yes.
And for female, right?
And yes, and there was a female contributor to some of the results that I presented.
Okay. You mentioned that DNA can be obtained from both bodily fluid and cells, yes?
Yes,
And bodily fluid, saliva, blood, semen, things like that, yes?
yes,
And you mentioned that sometimes cells, microscopic on an object, might not be visible to the naked eye, correct?
yes,
But bodily fluid as well could be on something, and a human eye may not be able to see it on an object, yes?
it's possible, yes.
So, for example, when it came to the rock, item 2, you mentioned, ma'am, that you took 2 swabs of different areas of the rock, yes?
Yes,
So you took a swab of what you referred to as a stained area on the rock, yes?
correct.
And then you took a swab of an unstained area, correct?
Yes,
But you didn't swab every part of the entire rock, just 2 parts of it, yes?
yes, just those 2 specific areas.
And so you only tested for the presence of bodily fluid or cells from 2 specific areas on the rock, yes?
Yes,
So it's possible that additional parts of the rock that were not tested could have had additional bodily fluids, yes?
it's possible, yes.
And then there were 2 people's profiles associated with the rock, the stained area and the unstained area, 2 profiles, yes?
I did obtain 2 different profiles for the 2 different areas, yes.
Yeah, related to the rock, yes?
Yes,
All right. Now, ma'am, you've been doing DNA for how many years?
over 10 years.
Over 10 years, and a lot of science. Thank you for sharing all of that. I want to just ask you a few questions about. We've talked about what DNA can tell us, but I want to ask you about what some things DNA cannot tell us. Okay.
Okay,
So DNA can tell us whose blood was on an item. Yes.
it can indicate yes,
Okay.
if the source.
Yeah. The source of the blood on the rock, the plants, the clothing. Yes.
Sorry, it doesn't give the source, but it'll give you a likelihood ratio.
Likelihood ratio. I appreciate that. So it can give us a likelihood ratio, likelihood of whose blood it may be. Yes.
Yes,
And that's something DNA can tell us. Correct.
yes,
Obviously, DNA cannot tell us how the blood got there, correct?
that is correct.
DNA cannot tell us how an altercation may have started, correct?
Yes,
DNA cannot tell us who may have started an altercation, correct?
yes,
A lot of science, and one of the benefits of science is that typically speaking, ideally, if it's done well, like I'm sure you guys do, science is unbiased, right? Generally speaking.
yes.
It doesn't have a
should be.
motive. It's not manipulative. It has no motive to lie. It just is what it is, right?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Any reader? Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Ms. Emerian, you were asked some questions about how you did the samples for item 2 of the rock.
Yes.
Okay. If I hand you the rock, could you demonstrate for us how you take samples from those 2 areas?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 2. I'm sorry, if you could try to speak into the microphone while holding the exhibit up, and could you demonstrate how you took the sample first from the stained area?
Yes, so when I examine the item, I'll take it out and I will look for stains or areas that have DNA, touch DNA present. So when I opened the rock, I looked for any stained areas. And on this side, I could see that there's a stain. So I took a swabbing of that area for the first sample, which is the stain from the rock. And then I looked at the rest of the rock to see where it was unstained, and I just took a sample of that whole area and took half of that for my testing.
Okay, when you say took a sample of that whole area, what does that mean?
That means I took the swab and I swabbed that area, ran the swab against the rock in the unstained parts.
And you said you swabbed about half of the unstained part?
I swabbed all of the unstained parts and only took half of that sample for my testing.
I see.
Half of the swab.
So for the unstained part of the rock, just to clarify, you took the Q-tip looking swab and you swabbed the entire unstained area?
Yes.
Okay, but the only item that you actually tested was half of that Q-tip?
Yes.
Got it. Were you wearing gloves as you did this?
Yes, I was wearing protective gear, lab coat, gloves, mask.
Why were you wearing gloves?
This is to preserve the evidence as it is and not to introduce DNA from a foreign source, which would be me.
Okay. And I want to clarify something with the rock one more time. From the stained area at the bottom, how many contributors were there?
There was one
Okay.
female.
One female. Okay. And from the unstained area that you swabbed, how many contributors were there?
There were two.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions. I'm going to retrieve the exhibit from you.
Just brief follow-up now. Thank you, Ms. Amir. So just to be clear, there are parts of the rock that were not stained, that was not tested, correct?
Yes, whatever was left on the swab that I preserved and didn't test.
And there may be parts of the rock that you didn't actually even swab, right?
Yes,
All right.
yes.
Thank you.
Any other reader?
Nothing further, thank you.
Ms. Emmer, thanks for being here. You can step down. Careful of that first step. Mr. Barr, state's next witness.
I'm going to retrieve the exhibits from the witness before we call the next one.
Sure.
All right, the state's next witness will be Scott Henderson.
You're not publishing this?
Mayor, can we approach before the witness takes a stand?
Sure.
ladies and gentlemen, there are some legal issues I need to discuss with the attorneys. It's gonna be more than just what we can resolve here off the bench, so, I'll just call it the early lunch recess. We'll take a lunch recess, I'll work with the attorneys, during lunch, and we'll come back and we'll resume the presentation of evidence. I'm gonna have you come back at, might be a lengthy discussion, at 1:15. Okay, so a long lunch today, 1:15. I'll work with the attorneys during lunch, and at 1:15, we'll come back in, we'll continue with the presentation of evidence. Okay, all of you have a good lunch. All rise. Our court appreciates the state taking time to adjust the visual aids, but we can return to Detective Inuma and the search warrant that is D53, as well as one of the results that states 107.
Yes.
And before we actually ask the detective to come in, Counsel, we haven't been able to resolve this without an actual 104 here.
I'm aware, so I did demonstrate to Mr. Otaki where on the forensic examination software the artifact came from. I did show the search bar that showed that the word separate was contained 5 times in the underlying data for that artifact. But I do think we need, I think it's better for everybody to have Detective Inuma explain.
Then happy to hear from him if he's here.
I believe he's in the witness room. Do you want to go out and get him?
I'll have Ms. Upper for sure. Go grab him.
Thank you. And if necessary during the testimony, do you want the state to plug in the laptop so the court can view what Detective Inuma was talking about?
It would be helpful for, yes, it would be helpful for me.
Okay.
Mr. Garner, maybe you want to go check for the location of Detective Inuma.
Okay, he did check in this morning, so I
Sure.
just a little bit. I apologize. When I left him, Detective Inuma was in the witness room. It appears he's now in his car, but he's headed back.
Do you want to wait for him, or do you want to reconvene at 4:45?
I think I'll leave that up to everybody else who will be waiting. I'm okay either way.
Well, because we don't know where he is, right?
He said he was in his car, which I guess I assumed was the parking lot, but I don't know that for sure.
Why don't we resume at 12:50, and if Detective Inuma gets here early, maybe he can demonstrate what he would show to the court to Mr. Otaki. That way, there'll be no surprise as to what the testimony is going to be. In agreement?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Whatever, either way.
Okay. Anything else we should take up on record before resuming at 12:50?
Nothing for me at the moment.
No, thank you.
Okay, court's in recess. Thank you, counsel. Resuming with case 22, State of Hawaii versus Gerhardt Konig, 1 CPC-25-373. Dr. Konig is present in court with all four counsel of record. Jury is absent from the courtroom, and Detective Thomas Ibuma is on the stand. Detective, thanks for coming back so quickly. Can you stand there and raise your right hand?
Yes.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please have a seat. Mr. Garner, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Yes, for the record, can you please state your full name?
My name is Thomas Inuma.
Okay, Detective Inuma, were you assigned to complete search warrants on various digital items in case HPD report number 25-110958?
Yes.
Okay, and was one of those items a laptop listed as item number 48 under that same HPD report number?
Yes.
And when you executed the search warrant on the laptop, did you image the entire hard drive?
Yes.
And this was a physical solid-state drive on the laptop, right?
Yes.
And in that search warrant, you were limited by a certain date range, right?
Correct.
Do you recall the date range off the top of your head?
Yes, it's December 1st, 2024 to March 24, 2025.
Okay. And beyond being limited by a date range, were you also limited by terms?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know all the terms off the top of your head?
Not all the terms.
Okay. When you're executing a search warrant on a hard drive like this, how do you limit your search to those terms?
Okay, so with the software we use called Axiom software. So within the Axiom software, when you first load it up, it pulls all the data within the hard drive, the solid state drive. And from there, you have to filter it. So from how you filter is you go under the filter column, you put in the date range. So the date range was from December 1st, 2024 to March 24, 2025, and you filter from there. So after that, it narrows it. It narrows the search within those date range. And from within that date range, I put in key terms that was listed on the search warrant.
Okay. And you put in all the terms that were listed on the search warrant, right?
Yes.
And then did you limit the results to only those terms?
Yes.
How does that work?
So all those different the search terms I was mentioning about, so there are multiple search terms, right? So it just filter it, and then from there, I'll examine my copy based on the search warrant within the content of the search warrant parameters.
Okay. And in terms of what you get as a result out of this, what is provided to the detective? The entire hard drive, or the hard drive that has been filtered to the date range and the term range? Yes,
the date range, the filter version, and we call it the Axiom portable case, and we filter it and we provided a copy to the detective.
Okay. Is that the same copy that's then provided to the state?
Yes.
Okay. So is the entire contents of the hard drive ever provided to the detective?
No.
Is the entire contents of the hard drive ever provided to the state?
No.
Who is the only person that remains in control of the entire contents of the hard drive?
It's myself and the HPD, our digital forensic lab.
Okay. But the entire contents of the hard drive do not leave the digital forensics lab. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. The software that you mentioned, the Axiom portable software, what is that?
So Axiom portable software is a copy that we provide to the detective, but then the main one is the Axiom software, which is the one we use to examine the data.
Okay, so you, in your examination of the entire hard drive, uses the Axiom software?
Yes.
But the limited portion that you provide to the detective, which is then provided to the state, is the Axiom portable software?
Yes.
Okay. In the portion that's, again, provided to the state, is there any digital artifacts that do not contain any one of those search terms?
No, it's the one, the filter, and then I made sure that all those keywords were entered.
Okay. There's a specific artifact that we're talking about today.
We had it up on the screen there, Detective. I think my computer went to sleep. Can I approach?
Please.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to tilt the screen a little bit towards the court if I can.
That's good. I can see it. It's good.
You can see? Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Detective Inuma, what are we looking at on the screen now?
So this is the interface for our Axiom portable case.
Okay, when you say portable case, this is not the entire hard drive, right?
Yes, this is the result from the search warrant return.
Okay. On the top of the screen, I'm going to point out in the top middle, we see the word recorder with an X next to it.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So it's already filtered using the software.
Okay, so the word recorder was not in the search warrant, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is the reason that the word recorder is highlighted on the right side of the screen because the user typed the search?
Just objection leading, you can just ask him why instead of leading.
This is the preliminary hearing under Rule 110 of the Hawaii Rules of Evidence. Rules of Evidence don't apply, and under 611 he can lead. Let's get to where we need to go.
Okay. So is the reason that the word recorder is highlighted on the right side of the screen because the word recorder is typed up using the search bar on the top right of the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Does using the search bar at the top right of the screen go into the data that was on the hard drive that was not included in the search warrant?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
So
I can explain it.
if you type a term in this, will it bring up data that was not included in the search warrant?
You're basing just on the portable version, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's just going to stay within whatever I provided to the detective. It's not going to provide anything outside the search warrant.
And I see on the left side of the screen under matching results these color-coded rectangles.
Yes.
What do those mean?
So those are the the search term that I use part of the search warrant. So when there are keywords, I flag it as the terminology that was used in the search warrant.
Okay. And could you maybe hover the mouse over the orange bar that's in the email we're talking about here?
Okay.
What word popped up?
So separate.
Okay. Was that one of the words in the search warrant?
Yes.
Is the word separate the reason that this artifact was included in the Axiom portable case that's limited to the terms in the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the right side of this artifact, how does the word separate pull up this email?
So it's basically anything within the metadata. It could just be the web page, or it could be the document, or it could be the coding, the source code of either, in this particular case, this was an email, right? So it could be either from the email or the website itself. There was something that indicated that there was the word source in there.
And are you able to find how many times the word separate occurred in this artifact?
Yes.
Could you show us?
Okay. So from here. So this is basically the one part which is the preview, right? So that's the email that was sent to the email address, right? So the bottom portion is basically where you have the source code. So under the find button, the search bar, I'm going to spell separate. And then there's 5 items found in the source code. So if I press down, also right here, there's already one that was already highlighted on the right-hand side, right over here. And then I can press down, and then there's going to be other places. I know the screen is a little bit small, so it's a little bit difficult to see. But yep, so this is another word where it says separate. This is another word that says separate. And then this is the last word that says separate. So there's a total of 5 words separate within this email.
Okay.
And are those 5 words the reason that this email was flagged when you were executing the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay.
I think no further questions at this point. I may have more later, but for now, I think we've gotten an understanding.
Mr. Plunkett?
Thank you. Sorry, sir, are you a detective?
Yes, a
Okay.
detective.
Detective. First of all, there's, I guess it's spelled the same, but separate and separate mean 2 different things, right? Can, right?
I guess so.
Okay. And so in the search warrant, in this case, which is marked as D54, I'll read to you what it says, okay? Electronic files and data stored within the specific electronic device and storage media, but specifically to seize only files and data that contain, include, reflect, or otherwise reference the following case-specific terms, and separate. So it says divorce, long list of words, and it says divorce, and then it has the word separate in the search warrant. You remember that word separate being in the
Yes.
search warrant? Okay. So help me understand this, and I apologize, I'm not the most tech-savvy guy, but just to be clear, and I'll show it to you if it might help. This is Exhibit 107, okay? May I approach?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so this is Exhibit 107, which is the email, the actual email from Walmart in question, yes?
Yes,
Okay, and that's what was, that was the email, correct?
correct.
So to be clear, and you can hand that back to me.
Okay.
Well, maybe it's better if you hold it. So the email itself did not have the word separate in it, correct?
That's correct.
And, okay. And the you know, you mentioned this searching in this Axiom program, the word recorder, right?
Yes,
And recorder was not one of the search warrant terms, correct?
correct.
Okay. So why were you searching for a term that's not in the search warrant?
So the recorder is just to narrow it down, but then if you look at separate, it was already part of the search warrant return, right? So within those files, I would look at all of it. And then as far as the recorder term, that's what we use to help locate that piece of artifact data quickly.
Okay. But, I mean, did someone tell you to do that?
No, we just go looking down.
No, but
To
did
each
somebody
other's
tell
time.
you to search for the word recorder?
So we examine basically all the data, right, as much as we can, because there's this one over here has a total of 7,941 items, right? So we just go through it. I'll go through it, and then I'll just look and see. And then when I wanted to pull back for trial court
Yeah,
purpose,
but-
then I can just look for it
And,
easier.
and just for the sake of time, my only question is, did somebody tell you to search for the word recorder?
Search for no.
You just did that on your own?
So it was we work with the lead investigator. So me and my lead investigator will sit down and we'll look over it and we'll determine what's marked as evidence or not.
Right. But did the lead investigator, Detective Spacek, ask you to search for the word recorder?
So again, he'll sit next to me and we'll just go down all the evidence that was
Okay,
filtered.
Detective, simple
Yes.
question. You typed in the word recorder in that search bar, yes?
Yes.
I'm asking you, did Detective Spacek ask you to do that?
No.
Okay, so who you just did that? Did somebody ask you to do that?
We did it because we're going to use this part of for the trial, right? So this was already one that was already. So for this one, the recorder, we're going to use that.
Somebody typed in recorder. Was that you?
For this one, for this purpose, no,
Who typed in recorder?
it wasn't me.
Yeah, who was it?
For this one particular, it wasn't me.
Yeah, so who?
No, you can't. Have a seat. Detective, you need to answer the question. Who told you, or who typed in the word recorder?
So for this one,
Detective,
yes,
who told you or who typed in the word?
So okay, so for this one, we
I'm gonna
consult.
rephrase the question. Was it Mr. Garner?
He brought it up to my attention. Yes.
So yeah, fine. Continue on with the questions.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, the computer locked again. We can unlock it.
So for the record, this is Mr. Garner speaking, the laptop is my laptop. The software that you're reviewing on the software is the copy that was provided from the detectives to me. It's just being used to demonstrate in this hearing.
I understand.
Yeah, but I just need it open so we can.
I understand.
Can you just go unlock it so we can eat lunch?
Mr. Garner, please. Then I have follow-up questions as well.
Okay, so, the 107 is the exhibit, right?
Yes.
And when you talk about metadata,
Yes.
like, is that? Explain that to us. What do you mean by that? Like, if this is the email exhibit, what do you mean by the metadata contains the words separate?
Okay, so for metadata is basically a data about a data, right? So this, for the context of this email, so it has the date it was sent, if it was received. It'll have any kind of information when it was accessed, and then it's going to also have the source code, all the raw data within the email.
When you say within that email, what do you mean?
So anything within that email that was sent, it's going to capture all those raw data.
1 second. So, okay, so the data is this metadata, right?
The one you're talking about on the
Yeah.
right side, yes.
Right. The email itself is not metadata, correct?
It contains metadata from the date, the time it was sent or received, right?
Right, but the email, the contents of the email, your package has arrived, Gerhardt, item 1, that's not metadata, correct?
So if there's pictures within the email, it would capture the metadata from that image as well.
Right, but the metadata with the word separate is not in this email, it's not in these pages, correct?
Not on that page,
Okay,
yes.
all right. Your Honor, I think you may have some questions.
I do. Detective, you talked about separate being in the source code. Source code of what?
So it's so if you look at the raw data, so it's the source code of the, it's like more like computer coding. So for the email, right, the raw data.
So separate is in the source code of the email or the email program?
That, I'm not sure, because I'm not a computer program, so I'm not familiar with this actual source code where everything is put together, and that's out of my
So
scope.
Axiom is looking for the word separate.
Yes.
How many artifacts did it pull with the word separate?
I can show you.
Please.
Okay. So 1,454. So yeah, so out of the 941 data that we recover, artifacts, 1,454 had the word separate.
And
And
sorry.
most of these are in emails?
Yeah, so they appear to be from emails.
That's not the email itself.
And detective, I'm not talking about Axiom Portable,
Okay.
I'm talking about Axiom. Did Axiom pull out all of the emails from the hard drive that you're working on?
Sorry, can you rephrase it one more time?
Sure. Did Axiom,
Okay.
not Axiom Portable,
Okay.
Axiom, pull out as part of the search warrant filtering all the emails that were on the original image of the drive?
So, okay, so first I filter it by the date range, then I filtered further with the word separate. So I didn't do a full, not filtered with the word separate.
Okay, so within that date range now, because you apply the date range first,
Yes, correct.
so once you got that narrowed down, and then you applied Axiom for separate, did it pull all the emails?
All the emails within the date range from December 1st, 2024 to March 24th, 2025.
Now, this is my question. All of the emails?
Within that time range, yes.
Every single email that was available?
Within the time range, it should be.
Okay, so this is my other question now. When I talk about all emails, that each and every single email that was on that hard drive?
I'm sorry, one more time?
Sure. Were there other emails, if you know, after you applied the date range, left over that was not pulled when you applied the separate filter?
Oh, I can probably try check right now and show you.
Please.
So this is the email, and so this is the breakdown, right? So it looks like it's all from this two email, which is the mbox and then the EML. And then these are all the other documents that has the word separate inside.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about the emails.
Okay, let me close it out.
So, and this is what I'd like you to do, detective.
Yes.
'Cause right now, you're within that date range, right? And, I'm sorry, we're looking at Axiom Portable.
Yeah, this is the Axiom Portable.
Can I ask a question? Or, no, go ahead. Can I?
You can ask. I
Do,
said a
do you
follow-up.
do you know what do you know from when you did the initial date range on the regular Axiom, how many emails was pulled that you then screened for the term separate or the search terms? Do you know what the total amount of emails
Oh,
in that date range would have been?
actually, I can try take off the filter.
No, not in Axiom Portable.
Oh, okay.
In Axiom.
In Axiom.
Oh, that I'm not sure because I don't search the whole thing. I just first I filter within the scope.
Do you know? So the word separate. There was over 1,000 responses, right?
Yes.
And it looks like those were almost all emails, right?
Yes.
So the word separate was not specific to embedded in this email. It was in 1,000 or something. The email program.
Yeah, it could be other things that could have used the word source. Separate, right? Which triggered the.
And so
the
there's
filter.
an email program that may be embedded in the metadata has the word separate, right?
Possibly.
But then it's not specific to this email necessarily. Then it's every email that might have been sent during that time period, right?
Possibly, yes.
And is there a way to find out how many emails Axiom pulled during that date range?
I can. It's going to take me a while. I mean, I cannot probably do it today,
Okay.
but I can work on it.
Okay.
And then.
Okay. Okay, this is helpful. Thank you, Detective.
Your Honor, can I do some follow-up now as well?
Yes, go ahead.
Right. Detective Unuma, are there any emails in this Axiom Portable case that are not flagged by the word separate? Can you remove
No.
the separate tag?
Let me. So I'm going to clear the filters.
And then, are you able to open up all of the emails on the emailing calendar on the left side of the screen?
Wait,
It's right over here.
But that's email and calendar, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to, I think the screen is a little bit, trying to look for that bar where you can bring it down. Yeah, I'm gonna need a bigger screen. Yeah, it's right over here, but I'm trying to go,
So currently you're looking at email attachments, right?
yes.
Okay. Can we look at just the emails in general?
Okay.
Okay, we're there now, right?
Yep, we're
Okay,
there right now.
so right now we're looking at emails in general on the Axiom Portable, right?
Yes.
How many are there?
Right now, under email, there's 2,339. 300
2,239 artifacts.
artifacts under the email and calendar.
2339. When we're not using the separate filter.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Sorry, go ahead.
only some of those emails have the word separate in them.
Yes.
Okay. So wouldn't that indicate that that's not a part of the program?
The objection, Your Honor, is leading number one
Can
argument.
I want to know.
So could be, yeah, it's not part of the program, but I won't know until I gotta look at all the emails and stuff. Or I gotta contact the company.
Okay. But regardless, you do see, color-coded wise, on the screen right now, the orange emails, or the orange rectangle means it has the word separate. That's the flag, right?
Yes, the orange one has the word separate inside.
Okay, and there are, on this screen right now, 2 emails that have that flag, right?
Yes.
And every other email on the screen, the 7 emails on the screen has flags of other colors, right?
Yes.
So that means those emails would have other words that were part of the search warrant, right?
Yes.
So can you demonstrate for us the pink one? So
So
that
the
email's tag is what?
aerial,
Okay, can you scroll into the blue one?
syringe,
Okay, and can you go to the purple one?
WhatsApp.
Okay. And the email that we're looking at right now with the purple WhatsApp and the pink aerial, that one does not have the word separate in it, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Can I just ask a quick, so
You can ask
this says email and calendar, right?
Yes, it's under email and calendar, correct.
Okay. And can you scroll this way on this thing right here so we can see this
Okay.
whole thing here? Okay. And then you can go back. So detective, you don't know if the word separate was part of a specific email file or part of the email program.
That's correct.
And over 1,000 emails had the words, this came up when you searched the word separate, right?
Yes.
And you guys believe that the search warrant then allowed you to read these 1,000 emails?
Well, it's going based on the search warrant.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
I don't have any questions.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Gordon, anything else?
Earlier, when we were talking about the use of the word, what was it, recorder, that was
Yes.
typed into the search bar.
Yes.
Okay, you didn't type that in on my laptop, did you?
No.
Okay, because it's my laptop, right?
Yes.
Okay, and this is the copy that we've been looking at this morning, afternoon now, of the Axiom portable software that was provided through the detective to the state, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, just clearing that up. Nothing else.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, Detective.
Thanks for coming back.
Okay, thank
Appreciate
you.
explaining all of this to us.
may I unplug my laptop from
Yes,
the
of course.
TV?
Hey, Mr. Otake, anything else you want to add?
Just that this is a clear violation of the spirit of the search warrant. And if this is allowed, then, there'll be, all they'd have to do is find a word that is embedded in some email program, and then they could have access to every single email a defendant sent or received far beyond the search terms. And the fact that he cannot assure us that this was specific to this email is a threshold matter that should therefore preclude this from coming in. It violates the spirit of the search warrant, and it's a violation of the search warrant, and it should be kept out.
Anything else you want to add, Mr. Garner?
As Detective Inuma testified, how he executed the search warrant in this case, it was in accordance with the requirements of the search warrant. He put in the terms, he limited any results to the terms listed in the search warrant, and whatever results came out, that's what you have to work with. So this violation of the spirit is, now we've walked it back. We started out, this is a clear violation of the search warrant. They've gone beyond the terms. And now we've gone to violating the spirit. But you know what? Detective Inuma followed the terms. He did this properly. And I want to point out that digital search warrants are treated differently than any other search warrant here. You execute a search warrant on a house. You have specific things you're searching for. You go in, you see anything, any evidence of a crime, anything incriminating, that officer is allowed to seize that evidence. It's different with digital, though. They are limited, no matter what, to what's on the terms of the search warrant. That's what happened. I think that what really we're looking at is the defense is upset that the state essentially found this incriminating evidence pursuant to a lawfully executed search warrant. They brought this up at the 11th hour as the witness was supposed to testify today. And I think, one, it's already been disguised as a motion to suppress, which is inappropriate. But two, the detective has testified exactly what he did. What he did was proper. This evidence is clear, showing the intent, showing the defendant's state of mind in the months leading up to this. This is something that was litigated at the motions in limine hearing when the state filed the notice of intent to introduce this evidence. This exhibit was turned over again March 6th. So this was properly done. This is a proper exhibit. It is properly, it shows defendant's state of mind leading up to this. Nothing inappropriate was done. Like, this is just the detective doing his job as he's required. That's it.
Anything else you want to add?
Just very briefly, when I say it violates the spirit, that it also violates the plain language. And this is I don't know how many times the prosecutor makes comments about the defense is upset or the defense is trying to, minimize the injuries. I mean, that's our job. You know what I mean? To look for these kind of violations. So I don't know what he expects, people to just come in and roll over and do whatever he wants and says and not even try to uphold the Constitution, but that's not how it works. So it violates the plain language and it violates the spirit, and to no end. I mean, all you'd have to do, like I said, is find a term that's in the computer software email program, and then you can access any and all emails. I have no idea why the detective was unwilling to tell us that Mr. Garner is the one that told him to search for a term that's not in the search warrant, but that is what it is. So, but that's our concern, Your Honor. It should be kept out. Thank you.
Counselor, I appreciate the benefit of your thoughts as well as the presentation of Detective Inuma's testimony. And based on what we've learned this morning and this afternoon, what's of critical importance to the court is whether or not the program that we've been dealing with, indiscriminate cold alt emails, from not just the image SSD, but also allowed all of the emails that were part of the Axiom portable software. It's clear that it is not. It is not an indiscriminate search. as demonstrated here in court, the removal of the separate filter does change the number of emails that are actually pulled out, and the court is satisfied. It's not an all-encompassing indiscriminate search. And as such, the court finds no violation of the search warrant, and that the metadata and source code does include terms that were authorized for discovery pursuant to the search warrant. And as such, over defendant's objection, was been marked for identification as Exhibit 107 can come into evidence subject to the laying upon the foundation.
If I may, Your Honor, and I understand your ruling, the only thing that I was gonna mention is, and I know we're kind of doing this on the fly, but I'm not confident, so why would 1,000 emails have that and 1,000 not, right? I mean, so I'm not confident, and maybe there's a difference in the emails where it is still part of the program where it's indiscriminate. So where it pulls all emails that were part of a certain program, and the other 1,000 ones were, either calendar things or somehow different. And I think I agree with you. I agree with you that is a pivotal point. And I'm not confident in what we just heard that. I understand your rationale. I'm just not confident that the factual basis for your rationale is solid given the detective's testimony. And I would like to explore that further over the weekend because it's a big deal, and I think we need a little more information and someone perhaps more knowledgeable about technology to be able to see the difference between why is there 1,000 emails that have it and 1,000 that don't. I'd like to know. I'd like to explore why that is from a technological standpoint. And it may be that the program was, the program did have that word separate, which means it pulled everything from that program, and then these other ones are different for some reason. So I think that's an important factor because your point is a good one, is, that would violate. The search warrant obviously is to limit, privacy, what they can look at and what they can't. And if it is and to seize only files and data that contain that term, right? So
Include, reflect, or otherwise reference.
right, to seize files and data that contain, include, reflect, or otherwise reference. So if it's the email program that has that word separate, that's not the file, right? The emails are the files. If the program is what has that word, anytime you open an email, a file, because that program has that word, it opens it. That's the problem, right? And I would be less concerned if it was like maybe 30 emails, 40 emails, but 1,000 emails. There's clearly something going on with the program, in my mind. Why would 1,000 emails have that word embedded in it, right? So that's not the again. I mean, he can say what he wants, but the spirit of the search warrant is to be able to look for these terms. That not to mention the whole spirit is terms that Dr. Konig may have actually searched or looked for, not something embedded in some computer program where every email you open, therefore it's in there. So that violates the spirit. So I guess I'd ask that we put off Detective Inuma to at least give us time over the weekend to look into it, talk to our tech people, and we can maybe deal with this Monday, and we have time on Tuesday to call him. It's important that we get this right. We might as well get it right. I'm just asking for a little more time to do that.
What you're suggesting is attacking the search warrant, which would normally be a Rule 12 motion, right?
I'm attacking Exhibit 107. 107. So I'm just asking for time to look into that further to make sure we're getting it right. I understand. Look, there's thousands of pages in discovery. This is something we recognize over the weekend. I'm raising it to this court's attention. It's not a basis to get it wrong because we raised it today. We have time to get it right, and I just think that with a little time we can explore that further and see why is it that 1,000 emails that have nothing to do at all with any of these search terms gets pulled by them. So, that's all I'm asking. I mean, we have a DNA person today, it's probably gonna take another hour or two, and, that's gonna take us pretty close to 3. And we can finish the state's case Tuesday. I'm just asking for the courtesy of that time. Thank you.
How long would Detective Inuma's testimony be?
I'm estimating about 2 hours on direct. So similar to Ms. Cameron.
So before we even get to the laying foundation for 107, would there be testimony that Detective Inuma could provide?
Yes.
So let's do that. Before we even get to 107, at least we can have Detective Inuma start. And then if we need to revisit the matter, we can later on next week. But at least we don't lose the time this afternoon.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it.
Okay. Anything else, Counsel? There being nothing. Court's in recess. 2025-373. Dr. Konig is present in court with all four counsel of record. Jury is absent from the courtroom. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
You can all be seated.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Taki.
Just very briefly, Your Honor, and again, I appreciate the courtesy of allowing us the weekend to look into this, and we have our tech people looking into it as we speak. But I just to make clear that everyone understands what we're talking about and what our issue is. The question is the word separate part of the email itself, or is the word separate from the email processing program? I think is a key issue. And at least preliminarily, I know we don't rely on AI for legal sites, and we're going to back this up. But you know, looking at AI, it says when the word separate appears in the metadata of many emails in your account, it is almost certainly generated by the email processing program, not rather than by the content of the email itself. But that's what we're trying to shore up, and we will do that over the weekend. I think that it's. I would suggest that Detective E. Inuma should be asked to do the same, because it's ethically, I think this could be a broader problem than just this case.
Agreed.
If the HPD computer, if this is how they're going about search warrants as a whole, this could be a broader problem. And rest assured, the defense community in Hawaii is going to know about this. But as for this issue, that's what we're looking at, and the last thing I'll say, and then we'll leave it alone because you're going to give us the weekend, is just the fact that 1,000 emails had and 1,000 emails don't, in and of itself doesn't. I understand the court's reasoning, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not the email processing. And so one thing that I learned over lunch is sometimes in coding, this word separate is used if the email is too big, and then you need to separate it into smaller parts. So it could be due to the size, it could be due to photos or whatever, that the email processing program has that word coded in it, not the email itself. So that's what we're trying to shore up, just to let the court know that. And I'm assuming, we need to get into it now, but I'm not assuming anything, but I would suggest that should matter to the court if it's something that's in the email itself, or if it's the email processing program, because then it would be basically grabbing all emails of a certain type, not specific. Not to mention, again, the spirit of the email, a spirit of the search warrant is that somehow Dr. Konig was searching for the word divorce, separate, things like that, and not if some metadata coding had the word separate in it. So, but just bringing everyone up to speed, that's what I see as the issue. We're shoring it up with our tech people over the weekend, and we'd have sort of opportunity to address this further, maybe on Monday or Tuesday or whenever. Thank you.
Thanks for the additional information, Mr. Take. If there's any briefing that a party wants to submit, I'm always happy to read it, but I'm not requiring it.
I understand.
I'll leave that to all of you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else we should take up before the jury comes back in?
Not right now.
Okay. Ms. Ellen Fisher, if the jury's ready, we'll take them. Yeah, we'll take the witness first. Hawaii versus Gerhardt Konig, 1CPC-25-273. Mr. Konig is present in court with all four counsel of record. All jurors are back in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Mr. Garner, state's next witness.
State calls Scott Henderson.
Mr. Henderson, can you stand? Raise your right hand, please.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Garner.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me okay? Or, okay,
And as you go forward today, please speak into the microphone as much as possible. Okay?
of course.
First of all, can you please state your name?
My name is Scott Henderson.
And Mr. Henderson, where are you employed?
I'm sorry, can I move this by any
Yes, sure.
chance? It's a little distracting, sorry.
No worries.
Sorry, what was the question again?
Where are you employed?
I am employed at the Honolulu Police Department.
And how long have you worked for HPD?
I've worked there since 2013.
So it's about 13 years.
Yeah.
What position do you hold there?
I'm a criminalist in the forensic biology unit.
In order to be a criminalist at HPD, is there any training that you have to complete?
Yes, we have an internal training program before we can start on any type of casework that has to be completed.
I'm going to ask a couple follow-ups about that. How long is that training program?
The training program is approximately at least 6 months to a year, typically.
And does it include written and oral exams?
That's correct.
Does it include actual practice with casework?
No, not casework cases yet. When we get approved for finishing the training program, that's when we can start on actual casework samples.
Got it. And what are your duties or responsibilities as a criminalist?
So as a criminalist, I perform biological screening on items of evidence, do DNA interpretation and analysis on the DNA profiles obtained from those items, write reports, and testify in court.
Mr. Henderson, did you earn an undergraduate degree?
I did.
In what degree?
Bachelor's of Science in Biology
Where did you earn that degree from?
at the University of Hawaii.
At Manoa.
At Manoa, yes.
Have you earned any graduate degrees?
Yes, I have.
In what field?
This would be in molecular biosciences and bioengineering. It's a Master of Science.
Was that also at UH Manoa?
That was also at UH Manoa.
Have you received any specialized training in DNA testing?
Yes.
And since you started in 2013, was it about how many trainings have you attended?
At least 30.
And can you briefly describe the kind of training you've received?
The trainings come in the form of conferences, workshops, seminars, either in person or virtual, covering a variety of topics related to forensic DNA testing.
What kind of organizations do you receive these trainings from?
They can range. There's a lot of different organizations, ranging from the FBI to vendors that are related to the field of criminalistics.
When was the most recent training you attended?
I think earlier this year, beginning of the year.
In addition to this training for DNA testing, have you received any training in probabilistic genotyping?
Yes, I have.
First of all, before we get to that training, what is probabilistic genotyping?
So probabilistic genotyping is a way to approach DNA mixtures. It involves the use of biological models, statistical theory, as well as computer algorithms and probability distributions in order to separate the individual DNA profiles from of contributors from a DNA mixture.
You said there was computer algorithms for probabilistic genotyping?
That's correct. A lot of the, most of the probabilistic genotyping technology that's available is in the form of a computer program, software program.
What are some examples of probabilistic genotyping computer programs?
So the two main ones are called StarMix, and there's another one called TrueAllele.
When did you attend your first training in probabilistic genotyping?
2017.
And approximately how many hours of training have you received in probabilistic genotyping in general?
At least 200.
And if you could estimate approximately how many hours of training in a program called StarMix?
A little less, maybe about 150.
150 hours?
Hours, yes. Sorry.
Are you a member of any professional organizations related to your work?
Yes, I'm a member of the American Board of Criminalistics.
Do you have any certifications related to your work?
Yeah, the American Board of Criminalistics provides certification.
And how do you get that certification?
You have to fulfill certain requirements, educational, experiential, and you must take an exam before you can be certified.
And what exactly are you certified in?
Molecular biology.
And can you describe for us what it means to be certified in molecular biology specifically?
This means that I have the required skills, knowledge, and expertise to perform forensic DNA analysis.
Okay. Now, in your workplace as a criminalist, what does the term forensic DNA testing mean?
Forensic DNA testing primarily involves obtaining a DNA profile from an item of evidence related to a crime scene, and then comparing that to any reference profiles of individuals also related to that.
About how many times have you performed forensic DNA analysis in your career?
Thousands.
How many times have you used probabilistic genotyping?
Hundreds, at least.
Have you ever been qualified to offer opinion testimony in court before?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
I believe 9 times.
And specifically, have you ever been qualified to offer opinion testimony in court regarding probabilistic genotyping?
Yes, I have.
How many times for that specific issue?
1 time. It's a pretty new technology, so.
I was going to ask you later, but I'll ask you now. How new is probabilistic genotyping?
Could you
I'll rephrase.
rephrase that?
Sure. When did the Honolulu Police Department start using probabilistic genotyping?
We came online with probabilistic genotyping in December 2024.
And what of the programs that you mentioned earlier does HPD use?
So HPD uses the StarMix software program.
That same program you said you've done 150 hours of training in?
Yes, approximately.
At this point, Your Honor, the state is asking to qualify this witness under HRE 702 as qualified to provide opinion testimony in the area of forensic DNA testing with a subspecialty in probabilistic genotyping.
Mr. Otake.
Brief for dear.
Go ahead.
Good morning, sir. You
Hi.
mentioned HPD making the change to probabilistic, what's it called again?
Probabilistic genotyping.
And that was in late 2024?
That's correct, yes.
Why did HPD make that change?
We were we get audited every other year,
And what happened with the audit?
and so
Objection beyond the scope.
He was part of the, were you working there before 2024, sir?
You can go ahead and answer.
sure. We were audited in 2024, and part of this audit required us to replace a previous statistical method with a new method, and this new method is the StarMix program.
Because the old method, the way you guys were doing it was problematic to certain degrees during the audit, yes?
Yeah, the audit had what we call findings.
Yeah, bad
Um,
findings, yes?
Well, and a finding is something that they would like the lab to address and possibly change in
Okay.
their procedures.
And you were working there before 2024, sir?
Yes, that's right.
And who did the audit?
The audit is performed by ANAB. It's a accreditation organization.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Do you have any objection?
No objection.
Okay. Then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Henderson will be allowed to provide opinion testimony to you in the field of forensic DNA testing as well as probabilistic genotyping. Mr. Garner.
Following up on that, how long did it take HPD, or sorry, when did HPD start moving to use StarMix?
We've been kind of playing with the idea. As I mentioned earlier, I took my first probabilistic genotyping training in 2017. So this shift to this new technology in HPD and at the FBU has been kind of beginning since then. And so the actual, what we call a validation study, was started around 2023 and took about a year until it went online.
Okay. All right. Is the DNA analysis and probabilistic genotyping results that you'll testify to today based on your training, experience, and education in the field of forensic biology?
Yes.
Are the conclusions regarding the DNA analysis and probabilistic genotyping that you'll testify to based on your training? Same question, I'm sorry. Are the conclusions you reach in this case accurate and reliable?
Yes.
Okay, and just to define those words, inaccurate, do you mean that they were the result of or based on established methods of examination, which are widely accepted as valid within your profession?
Yes.
Okay, and are those methods also widely accepted as valid by experts in your field?
Yes.
When we use the word reliable, do you mean that the results you achieved could be replicated or duplicated by following the same established methods that you followed in this case?
That's correct.
Okay. Taking a step back from this, where is the HPD main police station?
We're located on 801 South Beretania Street.
And are you familiar with a place called the Scientific Investigation Section?
Yes, I am.
What is that?
It is located in the basement of that particular building. It provides forensic services, a number of forensic services, which includes forensic DNA analysis by the Forensic Biology Unit.
Okay. You just mentioned the Forensic Biology Unit. Is that the unit that you're in at
That
FCS?
is the unit I am in, yes.
Okay. Since we've talked about it already, when was the Forensic Biology Unit last accredited?
The last reaccreditation, so the Forensic Biology Unit has been accredited since 2001 continuously. I'd just like to point that out. We do go through a 4-year cycle of reaccreditation where within the 4 years, the laboratory is audited twice during that time. And we've always been reaccredited. So the last reaccreditation was in 2024.
When you say continuously, has there ever been a break in the accreditation status?
No,
So always been accredited.
we've always been accredited, yes.
And what's the significance of being accredited as a lab?
What this means is that the laboratory is compliant with national as well as international standards for forensic DNA testing.
And what does the Forensic Biology Unit do to maintain its accreditation status?
As I mentioned before, we are audited approximately every other year.
Does the Honolulu Police Department Forensic Biology Unit have standard operating procedures for DNA testing?
Yes.
Does that include standard operating procedures for the use of probabilistic genotyping?
Yes, that's correct.
Why does HPD have these standard operating procedures?
The point of standard operating procedures is that performing the procedures, these particular procedures, ensures that the results that we obtain and the conclusions that we can give to triers of fact is accurate, reliable, as well as reproducible.
And are you familiar with the HPD standard operating procedures yourself?
Yes, I am.
I'm going to ask you a couple questions about terminology used in DNA comparisons, okay?
Yes. Okay.
Right. In DNA testing, what is a question sample?
So a question sample refers to a sample that is taken from an item of evidence related to a crime scene. A DNA profile is then obtained from that sample for analysis and testing.
What is a known sample or reference sample?
So these are different, fundamentally different types of samples. So these are taken from individuals, their profiles taken from individuals related to the case. So we can say that that profile that we obtained, that reference profile, came from that specific individual.
I'm sorry, I got to clarify. When you said these are fundamentally different, do you mean that question samples are fundamentally different from known samples or reference samples? Or do you mean that known samples and reference samples are fundamentally different?
I'm sorry. Question samples and known samples or reference samples they are fundamentally different in terms of, so I may not have mentioned about the question samples. We don't know who the contributors are to the question samples. That's a fundamental difference from who we know is the contributor of, let's say, the reference sample.
All right. And then how does the DNA comparison process work?
So what we do is we get a DNA profile, a questioned DNA profile from the question sample. We perform analysis on it, interpretation, and then from using that, we can make comparisons to any of the reference samples that might have been submitted for that particular case. These comparisons, if applicable, can have a statistical weight calculation put on them, on that type of comparison. We'll make a conclusion based on that, and then we'll put it in our DNA report.
In this case, Mr. Henderson, did you perform DNA comparisons between the question samples and the known reference samples?
That's correct.
And before getting into any results, how did you do that?
So, like I said before, we do have a probabilistic genotyping software program, StarMix. So what we'll do is we'll evaluate our question sample to see if it's suitable for use in the StarMix program. If they are, so suitable profiles are interpreted using the StarMix software, and it also helps us with the comparison after that. So when we compare it to the reference samples, a calculation on the statistical weight of that comparison is performed, and then from there we can make our conclusions and report it.
Okay. How widespread is the use of StarMix by crime labs across the country?
I believe there's approximately 100 labs that have gone online with StarMix.
And do you know how widespread probabilistic genotyping is beyond just the StarMix program?
Internationally, I think there's maybe 30 that have come online with it.
Okay. And I'm sorry, maybe clarification. Beyond just the use of StarMix, how widespread is probabilistic genotyping, including other programs?
That's foundation or projection.
If you know.
I'm sorry, I actually don't have a particular number. Somewhere above that.
Speculation, Your Honor.
No, it's a sting.
We'll move on. And one more time, how long has HPD been using StarMix?
We've been using StarMix since 2023 when we started our validation studies.
What is a validation study?
So validation is a way to demonstrate that a procedure or technology such as StarMix is can be used and it demonstrates that it is a useful technology and it serves its intended purpose. There's two types actually. Developmental validation, which is performed by the developer, manufacturer of that particular technology. And there's also internal validation, which is performed by the laboratory that wants to bring online that particular, in this case, technology, StarMix.
Okay. So which type of validation study out of those two you just mentioned, which type did HPD do?
So the FBU performed an internal validation study for StarMix.
How long did that take?
We started in 2023 and we came online in at the end of 2024. About approximately a year.
Okay. And then, did you participate in that validation study?
Yes, I actually did, yes.
Okay. Can you explain to us kind of what you were doing in the validation study, how it worked?
Sure, there's a number of different studies that we need to do. I guess maybe I can explain the point of the validation. So the point of performing a validation in the unit before you bring something online is what you want to do is you want to show that this particular technology can be used in our laboratory environment and produce the correct results. And so doing these studies allows the unit to develop the correct standard operating procedures that we would be using for these samples in actual casework in order to come up with the correct results and conclusions that we would be able to report in our DNA reports.
And during the validation study, did yourself and the other people participating calibrate the StarMix system at all? Is that a right word to use?
The validation study, maybe you could kind of think about that as like a calibration. There's no actual calibration that's done on the system itself necessarily.
Did you use historical data from the Honolulu Police Department FBU in the validation study?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
And when I say historical data, that's essentially old casework data from the DNA testing. Is that right? I'll strike.
I would say most of the validation study was not necessarily samples used from old casework. There might have been for training purposes or that matter. A lot of the data was generated from testing of known samples primarily.
Got it. Okay. Has the use of StarMix by HPD been reviewed by any outside agencies?
Yes, it has.
Which agencies?
It was reviewed by a company called Sorensen Forensics, who provides a review of labs' validation studies. They're online with StarMix themselves.
Okay. And what was the result of that review?
The result was that the lab performed the validation appropriately and comprehensively.
When you're actually doing the StarMix analysis, now that it's been validated, now that it's in place, is that StarMix analysis done in-house at HPD or off-site?
It's done in-house.
Going back a little bit to the StarMix trainings you mentioned, which company or organization provided the trainings that you attended that were approximately 150 hours?
The trainings that the company provided specifically for StarMix didn't count for the whole 150 hours, but I would say the majority of it. This company is the developer of StarMix. They're called, at the time they were called ESR, or Institute of Environmental Science and Research. I believe they've since changed their name to PHF Science.
So, just to clarify, at least some portion of those 150 hours was training from the developer of the program.
That's correct.
During that training, did you learn how to identify if the program is operating properly?
That's correct, yes.
In your work on this case, did you operate the StarMix program in accordance with your training
Yes.
and also in accordance with the SOPs developed by the validation study?
That's correct, yes.
Based on your training and experience and following the SOPs, was the StarMix program operating properly when you used it in this case?
Yes, it was.
When you actually do use StarMix to run DNA profiles through, how is any association or comparison between a question sample and a known sample, how is that reported?
So this is reported through the use of a statistical calculation. We call this a likelihood ratio, or LR.
Could you kind of explain for us what likelihood ratio means?
So a likelihood ratio is a statistic that tells us the weight of this comparison. It's made up of the comparison between two opposing scenarios or propositions. So the first scenario, scenario one, typically argues that the DNA originated from a person of interest. And this person of interest, when we refer to this a person of interest or POI, this would be the reference sample that we're making the comparison to. The second scenario is the opposite of that. So the DNA profile came from some unknown individual. And so the likelihood ratio is a calculation of specifically the probability of observing the DNA profile given scenario one over or divided by the probability of observing the DNA profile, the question DNA profile, given scenario two. So what that tells us is how much more likely it is to observe the DNA profile under the comparison between each scenario, one scenario versus another.
Okay. With the use of a likelihood ratio, is the word match ever used in DNA comparison?
No.
Okay. What does a likelihood ratio higher than 1 mean?
So since this is a value divided by a value with the support for scenario one usually in the top part of that equation, if there's support for scenario one, we would see likelihood ratios higher than 1.
Okay. And what does a likelihood ratio lower than 1 mean?
So likelihood ratios lower than 1 would be the opposite of that, or support for the second scenario.
And is it fair to say the first scenario is inclusion?
We would consider, we would refer to that support as support for inclusion.
And then on the other side, the likelihood ratio lower than 1, what's the term you would use that would support that?
That would be support for exclusion.
Are there any procedures or standards on how the Honolulu Police Department reports likelihood ratios?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to approach for visual aid purposes with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 139 and 140. Mr. Henderson, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 149 and 140.
139.
I'm sorry, 139 and 140. Are these the charts that HPD uses to demonstrate likelihood ratios?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And these are based on HPD standards for how to report likelihood ratios?
Yes, it is.
Would those be helpful kind of in explaining your testimony today?
I believe so, yes.
Then, Your Honor, at this point, the state would ask permission to publish 139 and 140 as visual aids only. Proceed. Okay, we've put states 139 on the screen, Mr. Henderson. Could you explain to us kind of what we're looking at here and how it applies to using a likelihood ratio in the work that you do?
So what you see on the left side, the left column, is a representation of a range of likelihood ratios in each row. The likelihood ratio is a number since it's a ratio of values. And starting at the top, we have high likelihood ratios going all the way down to much lower, likelihood ratios less than 1. On the right side of this is what we call verbal qualifiers, which are an attempt to give the triers of fact a reference point to kind of help them figure out what the number actually might mean. Might be a little hard to see the colors, but we've color coded them where green represent likelihood ratios greater than 1, and for each range of likelihood ratios, we provide a verbal qualifier. And so this all shows up in the report for each likelihood ratio that we give. And so at the very top, you see 1 trillion, which is actually a reporting cap that the forensic biology uses. And so the very top 2 rows, those ranges of likelihood ratios, if we report those likelihood ratios, we would give the verbal qualifier very strong support for inclusion, which is support for scenario 1. As you go down in range of lower likelihood ratios, the verbal qualifier becomes less strong, so it goes down from very strong support for inclusion to strong support, moderate, and limited support for inclusion. If you can imagine 2 numbers that are divided by each other, which is a likelihood ratio, if their support for scenario 1 and scenario 2 is equal, you would get a number 1. So in yellow, what that tells us is that numbers approximately 1 don't give us support for either scenario 1 or scenario 2, so we would report that as uninformative. As you go below the value of 1, that goes into support for exclusion. That's color-coded in red. So that starts at limited support for exclusion and becomes stronger into moderate support, and finally outright exclusion. These are for values of less than or equal to 0.0001. They can also be for not applicable, where a exclusion was done outside of the STAR Mix program, which is possible to do in certain circumstances.
Okay, I'm going to follow up on that last bit at the end there. When you say there's an exclusion done outside the STAR Mix program, what do you mean by that?
So the circumstances I was talking about were what you can have is what we call a single source profile from a single individual. When you have situations like that, an analyst can look at that profile, determine that it's from a single individual, and then they can look at the reference profile and make a comparison. If those 2 profiles are distinctly different from each other, the analyst can conclude that the comparison is an exclusion. So we would report that as exclusion. Particularly when in the report, it would show up as not applicable because STAR Mix was not actually run on it, although it was still an exclusionary conclusion.
Got it. I'm going to now publish. I'm going to take State's Exhibit 1. Oh, I'm sorry. Before I get there, these color-coded green, yellow, red, are those colors also used in your report?
Yes, to help with just a quick glance, they're provided in tables, and so support for inclusion in these tables are color-coded with these particular colors.
Got it. Okay, I'm going to take down 139. I'm going to put up the second chart we talked about, 140. Okay, Mr. Henderson, could you help explain to us what this chart means in terms of how to understand a likelihood ratio?
So as I was saying before, right, it might be easier to let's maybe start at the middle. So that's the LR of approximately 1. So in the middle of this particular chart, we have an uninformative range. And as you go farther and farther away on each side, the support for either inclusion or exclusion becomes stronger. And so this chart is an attempt to, it's kind of saying the same basic as the idea as the previous chart, but it lets the reader understand, hopefully, that the larger the likelihood ratio on either side, so the closer it is to 0 from 1 is more excluded, and on the other side of that, the closer away the likelihood ratio is above 1 supports more inclusionary, it provides more inclusionary support.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I'm going to take Exhibit 140 down for now. Okay, and one thing you mentioned with one of those exhibits was something called a reporting cap.
Yes, that's correct.
What is that?
So in our report, we will only report up to 1 trillion as the likelihood ratio for support for inclusion. 1 trillion is 1 followed by 12 zeros. It's a very large number. However, actual likelihood ratios that are calculated that have certain support for inclusion can be much higher numbers than 1 trillion. That can quickly lose meaning for somebody reading it if we were to report the names of very large numbers. So the FBU decided to keep a reasonably understandable number as the highest number that we'll report. And the verbal qualifier would be the same, very strong support for inclusion.
Thanks for explaining that. In this case, Mr. Henderson, we were assigned to conduct DNA comparisons under HPD report 25-110958.
Yes.
And how were you assigned to do your work on the case?
I was assigned by one of our case managers to perform the star mix analysis on the case.
Okay. And if you could explain to us why you were chosen to do the star mix analysis.
We have a small group of individuals, DNA analysts, that are trained to perform the star mix analysis. At the time, as you previously heard, we just recently brought the technology online. And so the group of analysts that were brought online during that time, I was one of the group of those analysts.
Got it. So you were one of the ones qualified to use star mix?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. In your work on this case, what were your known samples?
I had 2 reference or known samples, one from Gerhardt Konig and one from Gerhardt Konig.
Okay, and was Gerhardt Konig as item number 24?
I'm not 100% sure. I might.
When you're not the one doing the actual DNA testing, do you look at the item numbers?
We do, but I don't have the report in front of me, so I wouldn't be able to definitely confirm or not.
No problem. If you do need to review your report later in your testimony, you can look at the binder behind you on the shelf back there.
Okay, thank you.
All right. As part of HPD's regular standard operating procedures, is the DNA analyst or star mix analyst required to document their work in each case?
Yes.
Why is that done?
Documenting our work allows for, upon review, any type of, it shows that we're following our standard operating procedures.
Got it. And as part of the HPD standard operating procedures, are all reports and documentation independently reviewed by a separate DNA analyst?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and what's that review process called?
That's called the technical review.
In this case, did you document your work as required by the SOPs?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was your report in one report or multiple?
In this particular case, there were 2 reports, what we call requests, so 2 separate requests.
And did both of your reports and documentation go through the tech review process?
Yes, they did.
All right. And did your report contain charts that summarize the results of your comparisons?
Yes.
Would the parts of those charts that actually contain the results of your work be helpful in explaining your testimony today?
Yes, it would.
Okay. I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 141 through 155, again for visual aid purposes. Okay, Mr. Henderson, do you recognize what those reports are, or what those documents are?
Yes.
Okay, and these are the charts that you said would be helpful in explaining portions of your testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. Give me just a moment. Okay. I'm going to publish now 141. Okay. And Mr. Henderson, could you explain the results of your probabilistic genotyping testing with regards to sample the stain on item number 2, question sample 1?
So at the very top of that, this particular figure, that is a description of the item of evidence and sample that we obtained the question profile from. So that would be a rock, which is apparently sample 1 of 2, a stain, and the number next to that is just kind of a unique identifier that we would use to identify that particular sample. So 2105230 Q1.
Okay.
I can
keep going.
Keep going. Sure. So a little bit farther down, what we see is what we call the probabilistic genotyping table, or PG table. This contains the results of the comparison as well as any assumptions that we used when we set up the interpretation and put it into the StarMix software program. That first section of the table, we state our number of contributors. So in this case, there was one contributor. There's another section that refers to any assumed contributors, which this one didn't have any in particular. Then it states the 2 scenarios that were compared. So scenario 1 is the POI contributed DNA. So if you recall from before, the POI refers to the person of interest. The second scenario is scenario 2, which is one unknown individual contributed DNA. So one unknown individual, since we're assuming a single contributor, we would say one unknown individual. and that's somebody that's not the POI, somebody we don't know.
Okay, Mr. Anderson, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt
yes.
because I have a couple follow-up questions before we get to the results. When you say assumed number of contributors, how do you assume that, or how do you get to that number?
So what we do is we obtain the DNA profile from what we call typing results. We're trained to look at that DNA profile, and it's the characteristics that we see in that profile. And what we can tell from that is we're trained to determine how many contributors might have contributed to that DNA profile itself. Sometimes it's fairly obvious, usually in terms of a single individual. But if you can imagine, it might get a little bit more complex as the number of contributors to a profile increases.
How many contributors can HBD analyze using StarMix?
So StarMix is validated up to 4 contributors.
At what point does what number of contributors do you have where you get what's called a complex mixture?
So a conclusion that a mixture might be too complex would be greater than 4.
Got it. Okay. Moving on to the second line underneath the number of contributors, the assumed contributors. When would you assume a contributor?
Since there's only one contributor, we can't make any assumptions on who might be in that profile. So we're typically starting with profiles of 2 or more contributors. If certain conditions are met, the type of sample where it came from, who it might have come off of, if those conditions are met, then what we can do is use one of the reference sample profiles, and allow StarMix to use that sample at the beginning of its interpretation. That's what we call conditioning, or we refer to it as an assumed contributor. And so after that interpretation, when we make our comparisons, since we're already assuming that contributor is in the profile, we would only make comparisons to any reference profiles left that we haven't made any comparisons to yet.
I think I'll come back to that a little bit later, but next follow-up question. When you say person of interest, who is a person of interest in terms of this type of DNA probabilistic genotyping analysis?
So the person of interest refers to any of the reference profiles that we've made a comparison to. So in this particular case, we had 2 reference profiles, one from Gerhardt Konig and the other from Gerhardt Konig. So we made 2 comparisons. The first comparison, the person of interest in that comparison is to Gerhardt Konig, and then the second comparison, the person of interest would be Gerhardt Konig.
And at least in terms of this profile, is there any, are you running each person of interest separately against the question sample?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So let's start with the line in green in the middle of this sheet. Who is the person of interest in that?
So on in kind of the header has a green color to it. So the person of interest for this comparison on the very left-hand side is Gerhardt Konig, and the middle column is the reported likelihood ratio. And if you recall, I mentioned there's a reporting cap. So that likelihood ratio is reported as 1 trillion. So when we report the ratio as 1 trillion, we put an asterisk there, and basically that's saying that it's approximately 1 trillion. We've hit the reporting cap, so the actual likelihood ratio is some number larger than that. And then finally on the right-hand side, we provide the verbal qualifier, which is the level of support. So in this case, this comparison was very strong support for inclusion.
Okay. And again, you're comparing in this case, or in this specific example you've just gone through, you're comparing the swab from the stain side of the rock with Gerhardt Konig's reference sample.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Now, in the second result at the bottom of this table, can you walk us through that one?
So the second comparison is for the person of interest is Gerhardt Konig. And so the LR was reported as not applicable because this is a single source sample, and in this particular instance, a manual exclusion was performed. The likelihood ratio is reported as not applicable. It still is an exclusion, so we would say Gerhardt Konig is excluded from the DNA profile obtained.
Okay. So, using the verbal qualifier, what is the level of support for the proposition that Ariel Konig was the contributor of the sample on the stained side of the rock?
So, in our report, we would have all of this information. There's usually a conclusion statement that is a summary of all of the information above it. It would be these DNA these DNA results are approximately 1 trillion times more likely if Ariel Konig is the contributor than if one unknown individual is the contributor. So this provides very strong support for inclusion.
Okay. Have we gone through everything on this specific result for this sample so far?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. I'm going to take Exhibit 141 down for now. And I'm going to prepare Exhibit 142. I'm going to show it to defense counsel.
Thank you.
I'm going to publish States Exhibit 142. Okay, Mr. Henderson, first of all, which sample are we talking about here?
So as you can observe from the top header, this would be also from the rock sample 2 of 2. It appears to be swabbing from an unstained area. And the unique identifier in this case would be 2105230A Q1.
Okay. Can you walk us through the assumed number of contributors?
So compared to the previous table, or in this case, the assumed number of contributors is 2. So when we input the profile into StarMix, give the StarMix the mixture that we obtain, we tell it this is how many contributors we think were in the mixture. So it'll do the interpretation under the assumption of 2 contributors. In this case, also, we didn't have any assumed contributors, so that would be none. And because the number of contributors is 2, the scenarios change a bit. So the POI and 1 unknown individual contributed DNA. And for scenario 2 would be 2 unknown individuals contributed DNA.
Okay. And then could you walk us through the results of this with regards to person of interest, Ariel Konig?
So if you look at that very top, that first row, so what that means is the DNA results are approximately 1 trillion times more likely if Ariel Konig and 1 unknown individual are the contributors, and if 2 unknown individuals are the contributors. And this provides very strong support for inclusion.
Okay. And then can you walk us through the results with regard to person of interest number 2, Gerhardt Konig?
So separately from the comparison to Ariel Konig, we did a comparison to Gerhardt Konig. So even though they're kind of next to each other, the comparison in this case is just for that one reference sample, Gerhardt Konig. And so kind of reading across, the DNA results are approximately 290 times more likely if Gerhardt Konig and 1 unknown individual contributed DNA than if 2 unknown individuals contributed DNA. This provides moderate support for inclusion.
Okay. And you made a point that, at least at this page of the chart, we're looking at each of these conclusions was reached separately. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you do any other analysis together?
So we have, based on our based on our SOPs, if we have a situation where there is two inclusions, inclusionary LRs, we would run them both as contributors at the same time, which we typically refer to as grouped comparisons.
Okay.
STAR-Mix allows for this type of proposition.
And do the HPD SOPs also allow for this type of proposition?
Yes.
Okay. And were grouped comparisons included in the validation studies you mentioned earlier?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'm going to take page 1 of Exhibit 142 down before I'm going to publish page 2. I'm not sure that there's
Oh, yes, no problem. Thank you.
All right, publishing page 2 of States Exhibit 142. Okay. We're talking about grouped comparisons. Is this the result of your group comparison for the same sample we're talking about, the unstained area of the rock?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, could you explain to us what the results of that were?
So the assumptions are the same, but for this, there's just one LR that was calculated, and the proposition for this is that the POIs, so Ariel and Gerhardt Konig, contributed DNA versus two unknown unrelated individuals contributed DNA. The results for this are, the DNA results are approximately 1 trillion times more likely if Ariel Konig and Gerhardt Konig are the contributors of the DNA than if two unknown unrelated individuals are the contributors of the DNA. This provides very strong support for inclusion. We also provide a statement because the LRs from the individual comparisons had different levels of support. We kind of caveat this statement to say that you have to consider that the individual LRs were different than each other in terms of the level of support, and so you need to be aware of that when you look at this particular LR for group comparisons.
Thank you for the caveat as well. I'm going to take States Exhibit 142 down. Okay. And I'm going to prepare Exhibit 143. While I'm preparing, can you explain what sample that States Exhibit 143 is referencing?
This appears to be white with brown stripes t-shirt. Sample 1 of 6. Stain on the exterior right armpit. Is that the correct
Yes.
exhibit?
If you need the sticker, it's on the back of the paper
okay.
as well, as I refer to exhibits.
Thank you.
Thank you. Showing to Defense Counsel 143 before publishing.
Thank you.
Great. Mr. Henderson, we're going to show you on the screen States Exhibit 143. Okay. Now, as you said before, this is the white with brown striped T-shirt, right? That's correct, yes. Okay. And this is specifically the sample from the stain on exterior right armpit. Is that right?
That's correct. 13105-230Q1.
Okay. Mr. Henderson, do you actually examine, or did you look at any of the photos taken of where the locations of the swabs were?
I did, although I wouldn't recall what was in the picture at the moment.
No problem. Can I retrieve exhibit number 29? Mr. Anderson, I'm sorry. I'm going to hand you exhibit number 29. It's in evidence. Are you able to tell from this exhibit where the swabs were taken in relation to what's on the chart?
I can attempt to. I didn't actually do the sampling for this. Our other analyst that was, I believe, on the stand earlier did. But they do provide locations of their sampling as well as stickers that give unique identifiers that we can use to determine where the sampling might have taken place.
Okay, and then could you point to the sticker for 13Q1?
I believe 13Q1 is referring to this section of the T-shirt or
Thank you. And if you
item.
could put States Exhibit 29 down for now. I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you for the rest of the samples to lift that exhibit up and show us where the sticker is as well, okay?
Okay.
All right. So now that you've shown us where this sample was taken from, can you walk us through your results starting from the assumed number of contributors?
So for this sample, the assumed number of contributors is 2. We didn't have any assumed contributors for this, so that's none. And the scenarios would be scenario 1, the POI and 1 unknown individual contributed DNA. Scenario 2 is 2 unknown individuals contributed DNA.
Okay.
Oh,
And
sorry, did you want me to continue?
I'll just ask a follow-up. With regards to person of interest number 1, Ariel Konig, what were the results of the swabbing from the sample that you just showed us on the shirt?
So the DNA results are approximately 1 trillion times more likely if Ariel Konig and 1 unknown individual contributed DNA than if 2 unknown individuals contributed DNA. This provides very strong support for inclusion.
And could you explain the probabilistic genotyping results with regards to person of interest number 2, Gerhardt Konig, for the sample that you just showed us on the exhibit?
Sure. I'd like to just talk about this a little bit because it's a little bit different than the exclusion results that we saw in previous samples. So for this, we did do the comparison in StarMix. And the likelihood ratio that's reported is 0.000351. But in order for us to kind of be consistent with the way that we're reporting results for inclusionary statements, we take the inverse, what's called the inverse. So we take the LR and put it underneath. So 1 divided by that LR, it gives us a number, and so that number would be provided in the conclusion statement. Because we're kind of switching the LR and putting it on the bottom, we would read and it's an exclusionary result, we kind of switch our scenarios. So the way that would be reported would be the DNA results are approximately 2,840 times more likely if 2 unknown individuals contributed the DNA than if Gerhardt Konig and 1 unknown individual contributed the DNA. This provides moderate support for exclusion.
And the moderate support for the exclusion for the scenario of what?
Of it's both scenarios. It's the LR for both.
Got it. Okay. All right. And did you do any sort of grouped comparison for this sample?
No, we wouldn't, based on our SOPs. Those would only be for results that have both comparisons giving inclusionary LRs.
Okay, so I see since there is an exclusionary LR for Gerhardt Konig, then you wouldn't do the group samples.
No.
Okay. All right, I'm going to take Exhibit 143 down. And could you look at Exhibit 144 that you have up there with the paper with you, and I will get it ready to flip up.
So the item is also white with brown stripes T-shirt. It's sample 2 of 6, stain on the exterior right chest, 13105230Q2.
And could you show us on Exhibit 29, which is, I think, standing up behind you, where that sticker is labeled on the exhibit?
It appears to be from this portion of the item.
Thank you. I'm going to publish now. The visual aid states Exhibit 144. Mr. Henderson, could you walk us through what the results of for this stain, the stain that you just showed us where it was on the shirt?
So this is similar to one of the other ones. There's two likelihood ratios here. Maybe I can just kind of go over the summary of them instead of like going over every single part of it instead.
Sure.
So for the first comparison, these DNA results are approximately 1 trillion times more likely if Ariel Konig contributed the DNA than if one unknown individual contributed the DNA. This provides very strong support for inclusion. And then the second one is a manual exclusion of the comparison to Gerhardt Konig. So Gerhardt Konig is excluded as a contributor to the DNA profile.
Got it. Okay. I'm going to take.
I'm sorry. Can I just assuming one contributor? I have to add that to the statement. Sorry.
Sure. No problem. Thanks for clarifying. Did we get through a good summary of this chart?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take this chart down. And as I get the next one ready, states 145. Could you let us know what question sample that one is?
So following the trend, this is also from the white with brown stripes t-shirt sample 3 of 6, stain on exterior front bottom left, 13-105230Q3.
Okay. And one more time, Mr. Henderson, could you show us on the t-shirt where that sticker is labeled?
It appears to be from this portion of the item.
Thank you for demonstrating. Okay, I'm going to publish now States Exhibit 145. Okay, Mr. Henderson, could you explain what the DNA probabilistic genotyping results were for this sample?
So if you look at this one's a little bit different since we have assumed contributors now. So I kind of talked about when we assume a contributor, we're kind of putting their profile in the interpretation up front. And the reason for this is the case information suggested that the t-shirt came from Gerhardt Konig.
Okay.
And based on a couple of other conditions that were met, we ended up assuming Gerhardt Konig or conditioning on Gerhardt Konig for the interpretation of this. So assuming two contributors, the DNA results the DNA results are approximately 1 trillion times more likely if Ariel Konig and Gerhardt Konig contributed DNA than if Gerhardt Konig and one unknown individual contributed DNA. This provides very strong support for inclusion.
Okay. And just to follow up, you said that there was some conditions that were met that allowed you to assume that Gerhardt Konig was a contributor to the sample?
Yes, based on our SOPs. I don't know if you'd like me to get into those specific conditions.
How technical does it get?
A little technical.
Okay. Okay. Those conditions are part of the standard operating procedures?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
And those conditions have been studied in the validation study before StarMix started being used?
That's correct. These are all set up in from the validation study. So, yeah, if these conditions are met, then we can go ahead and condition on a certain individual.
Understood.
It's a good time for a recess, Mr. Gardner.
Okay, let's take a recess.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take our recess. Ms. Fisher will come get you about 10 minutes, so 10 minutes before the hearing. Leave your notice on the chair. All right.
Protect people, and there may be additional information we'd like to provide to the court.
Okay, this is what I'd like to do then. For now, schedule just a hearing at 2 o'clock on Monday.
That'd be great.
And I'll come in on Sunday to read whatever supplemental information you might want to present. If, so noon, I'll be in at noon on Sunday. If, after talking with your tech people, that we don't need to have a hearing,
Right.
could you also
Absolutely.
let the
We'll
court
let the
and
court
counsel know?
100%, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
And like I said, we'll hear back, and we'll let you know either way. And if there's something to add, we can do it at 2. If not, then I'll let you guys know.
I think because the timing is so short, I want to calendar it. At least we have it ready, and if you decide that we don't need to have a hearing, just let everybody know, and we'll just take it off calendar.
Will do. I appreciate it, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll do that. So we'll make arrangements for Dr. Konig to be transported back on. Doctor, you want to be here?
Yeah, 1 second.
He wants it.
Yeah, actually, and there's a reason for that. We have a visit that morning, and they'll transport him early if not. So we'll waive his presence for the purpose of that hearing, so I can still see him in the morning and then come here after.
You okay with that, Doctor? Okay, we'll waive your presence for Monday's hearing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Recess.
Off the record, Judge?
Yeah. We are now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna.
Mr. Gerhardt Konig, 20 CPC 25-373. Dr. Konig is present in court with all four counsel of record. All jurors are back in the courtroom. Mr. Scott Henderson is on the stand and still under oath. And Mr. Garner, you may continue with your direct examination.
Okay, welcome back, Mr. Anderson.
Hi.
All right, let's keep going where we jumped off. So we'd finished with sample number 3 on item 13, the T-shirt. Could you let us know what the name of the next sample is that you did the probabilistic genotyping testing for?
Could you say the exhibit number?
146, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This would be white with brown stripes T-shirt sample 4 of 6. Stain on exterior front bottom right 13-105-230 Q4.
And could you show us on the exhibit behind you where that sticker is located?
It would be approximately in this area.
Thank you for demonstrating. I'm going to publish now states 145. And Mr. Henderson, we've gone through a couple of these now. Could you kind of walk us through generally through the results of the probabilistic genotyping tests with regards to this sample that you just showed us on the shirt?
Sure. So I can just give the number of contributors. So assume contributors, assuming 2 contributors, and Gerhardt Konig as the assumed contributor in this sample. The DNA results are approximately 1 trillion times more likely if Ariel Konig and Gerhardt Konig contributed DNA than if Gerhardt Konig and one unknown individual contributed DNA. This provides very strong support for inclusion.
And the person of interest being with the support for inclusion is again?
Ariel Konig.
Got it. Okay, I'm going to take 146 down. Mr. Anderson, could you look at states 147 and as I'm preparing the exhibit, could you let us know what the name of the sample location was?
This would be white with brown stripes T-shirt sample 5 of 6, stain on exterior back top 13-105-230 Q5.
Okay, and could you show us on exhibit number 29, to the other side of the shirt, and show us where that tag is?
It appears to be in this area.
Thank you for demonstrating. And now publishing states 147. All right, could you walk us through your results for the sample you just displayed on the shirt?
So assuming 2 contributors with Gerhardt Konig also an assumed contributor in the sample, the DNA results are approximately 1 trillion times more likely if Ariel Konig and Gerhardt Konig contributed DNA than if Gerhardt Konig and one unknown individual contributed DNA. This provides very strong support for inclusion.
And for the inclusion of which person of interest again?
Ariel Konig.
I'm going to take exhibit 147 down. Could you move on, Mr. Anderson, to exhibit 148 and let us know the sample that is being discussed on that one?
This is white with brown stripes T-shirt, sample 6 of 6, stain on exterior back center, 13-105-230 Q6.
And could you show us on the T-shirt, States Exhibit 29?
This appears to be the area that the sample is taken from.
Okay, thank you for demonstrating on the shirt. And again, for each of these that you're looking at, is there a sticker labeling that you're looking at?
Yes, I'm looking for the identifying sticker that my colleague would have put on while she was sampling.
I'm going to publish now for visual aid purposes, States Exhibit 148. Mr. Henderson, could you explain to us our probabilistic genotyping results with regards to the sample that you just showed us on that T-shirt?
So assuming number of contributors is 1, so assuming 1 contributor, for the first LR, The DNA results are approximately 1 trillion times more likely if Ariel Konig is a contributor than if one unknown individual is a contributor. This provides very strong support for inclusion. And going to the next, appears to be a manual exclusion. Gerhardt Konig is excluded as a contributor to the DNA profile.
Okay. I'm going to take States Exhibit 148 down. And I'm going to retrieve States Exhibit 29 for view the T-shirt. And I'm going to switch it out for States Exhibit 30. Mr. Henderson, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as States Exhibit 30 for the next set of questions.
Thank you.
Okay, and then could you review Exhibit 149 in front of you and let us know what sample that is?
So this is gray-blue shorts, sample 4 of 6, stain on exterior front right top, 14-105-230 Q4.
Okay. And could you show us on States Exhibit 30, which is in evidence, where that is located?
Sample Q4 appears to be from this area right here.
Okay, thank you for demonstrating. All right, I'm going to now publish. I'm sorry. I'm going to show. And we're talking about Q4 again, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Going to show Defense Counsel States 149.
Thank you.
And publish. Okay, Mr. Henderson, could you walk us through the DNA testing results using the PG system for that sample you just showed us on the shorts?
So for the first likelihood ratio, assuming one contributor, the DNA results are approximately 1 trillion times more likely if Ariel Konig contributed DNA than if one unknown individual is a contributor. This provides very strong support for inclusion. Also, again, this appears to be a manual exclusion of Gerhardt Konig. Gerhardt Konig is excluded as a contributor to the DNA profile.
Okay. I'm going to move on now. Could you look at States 150, Mr. Henderson? And could you let us know where that sample was from according to your chart?
This would be gray-blue shorts, sample 5 of 6, stain on exterior front middle right, 14-105-230 Q5.
Okay. Could you show us again on the shorts where that sample is?
It appears to be from this area.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. And then I'm going to publish now States 150. And could you explain what the DNA results for that sample on the exterior front middle right of the shorts you just showed us? Could you explain what the results were?
So similar to the last one, assuming one contributor for the first likelihood ratio, the DNA results obtained are approximately 1 trillion times more likely if Ariel Konig is a contributor than if one unknown individual is a contributor. This provides very strong support for inclusion. And again, for the second comparison, it appears to be a manual exclusion. Gerhardt Konig is excluded as a contributor to the DNA profile.
Got it. Okay, thank you, Mr. Henderson. I'm going to take Exhibit 150 down and keep chugging on through as best we can. Could you look at and review States 151 and let us know where that sample was from again?
Also from the gray-blue shorts, sample 6 of 6, stain on exterior right front left, 14-105-230 Q6. It appears to be from this area.
Okay, and you're demonstrating on States Exhibit 30 right now?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to publish States Exhibit 151. Mr. Henderson, could you walk us through the results that you got using the probabilistic genotyping for the sample you just showed us on those shorts?
Assuming 2 contributors, for the first likelihood ratio to Ariel Konig, the DNA results are approximately 1 trillion times more likely if Ariel Konig is a contributor. Ariel Konig and 1 unknown individual are contributors than if 2 unknown individuals are contributors. This provides very strong support for inclusion. Going to the second one, a likelihood ratio is calculated compared to with the reference sample of Gerhardt Konig. These DNA results are approximately 1,660 times more likely if 2 unknown individuals contributed DNA than if Gerhardt Konig and 1 unknown individual contributed the DNA. This provides moderate support for exclusion.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I'll take that exhibit down, and I'm going to retrieve State's Exhibit 30 from you, because we finished up with the shorts, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. There's a couple more swabs, yeah?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Could you review State's Exhibit 152 and let us know where that swab is from?
So these are swabs stained from plant off trail. The sample is 3105230Q1.
Okay. I'm going to publish now State's 152. And could you walk us through your probabilistic genotyping results for the swabs from stain from plant off trail?
So assuming 2 contributors and no conditioned contributors, no assumed contributors. For the first likelihood ratio, these DNA results are approximately 1 trillion times more likely if Ariel Konig and 1 unknown individual are the contributors than if 2 unknown individuals are the contributors. This provides very strong support for inclusion. Going to the second comparison, the LR, resulted in a likelihood ratio of less than or equal to 0.0001, which is exclusion. So our conclusion is Gerhardt Konig is excluded as a contributor to the DNA profile.
Got it. Next one, could you review State's Exhibit 153 and let us know where that swabbing was from?
This was swabs from stain from leaf on trail, sample 4105230Q1.
Okay. And now publishing State's 153. Can you walk us through your results for this one?
So it appears that this result came from the second of the 2 reports. And at this point, we had taken out the manual exclusion part of the probabilistic genotyping table, and it was included as a statement instead outside of the report. So I can still give that result even though it's not in the table.
Okay.
So that one was Gerhardt Konig is excluded as a contributor from a manual exclusion. And as for the likelihood ratio, assuming 1 contributor, the DNA results are approximately 1 trillion times more likely if Ariel Konig is a contributor than if 1 unknown individual is a contributor. This provides very strong support for inclusion.
Okay. I'm going to take this exhibit down. Move on to State's 154. Could you review that and let us know where that sample was from?
This is swabs from stain from tree branch, sample 5105230Q1.
Sorry, 1 second here. I apologize. Give me just a moment.
Take your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to publish states 154 right now. Could you walk us through your results for the swabs from stain from tree branch?
So again, the situation appears to be a manual exclusion, which would have appeared outside of the table itself. So Gerhardt Konig is excluded as a contributor to the DNA profile obtained. And as for the likelihood ratio, assuming one contributor for Ariel Konig, these DNA results are approximately 1 trillion times more likely if Ariel Konig contributed DNA than if one unknown individual contributed. This provides very strong support for inclusion.
Okay. I'm going to take that exhibit down. And last swabbing, could you review States Exhibit 155 in front of you and let us know where that swab was from?
This would be swabs from stain from ground under bush, sample 6105230Q1.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to publish now States Exhibit 155. Okay, could you walk us through the results for this swab from stain from ground under bush?
Again, appears to be a manual exclusion for the comparison to Gerhardt Konig. Gerhardt Konig is excluded as a contributor to the DNA profile obtained. And as for the LR, assuming one contributor, this would be for Ariel Konig. DNA results are approximately 1 trillion times more likely if Ariel Konig contributed DNA than if one unknown individual contributed DNA. This provides very strong support for inclusion.
Okay. I'm going to take States Exhibit 155 down. Mr. Henderson, in your report, did you note which samples tested positive for human blood?
I did.
For every sample that tested positive for human blood, what was Ariel Konig's likelihood ratio?
The likelihood ratio for those particular samples was approximately 1 trillion, or very strong support for inclusion.
Did everything you testified to occur in the city and county of Honolulu, state of Hawaii?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Mr. Otaki, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Henderson.
Hi.
All right, I don't have, I'm not going to take a really long time with you. I know it's been a long day for everyone, but I do have some questions. So, first of all, I just want to, when I asked you earlier during your qualifications part about the issues with the audit when you were working there, the point was simply that, well, let me rephrase that. So there were some issues before, right? Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and then to your credit of what do you call you guys? What do you call yourselves? B what?
The Forensic Biology Unit, FBU.
Yeah. So to the credit of the FBU, after the audit pointed out these issues, you guys worked to fix them and get to a better place. Yes.
Yes, we addressed all the findings that were presented to us and provided plans to address them, and these were accepted by the accrediting body and we followed through with any of the changes that they asked us to perform.
Right. And so to your credit, there were some issues, you fixed them, and now, from the end of 2024 on, now this new system, and at least you're confident that it's working properly, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you have a lot of experience in DNA. How long have you been doing this, sir?
Since 2013.
Okay, so over 10 years, yes?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, thank you. So just some questions about some of what you talked about. You just at the end mentioned in the instances where you did tests for blood, you just talked about what the results were when you did tests for blood, yes?
So I didn't actually do the blood testing. That would be the previous analyst.
Ms. Amarin,
Ms.
right?
Amarin, yes, that's correct. I did look at the reports, and specifically for that question, checked if a conclusion was positive for human blood. I checked what the LR was for that particular sample with that conclusion, and confirmed that those were the LRs for those particular samples.
And you both jointly signed the report, yes?
That's correct.
Okay. So just let me ask you this: when you test, when you're doing the testing and you test for something, for example, if you test in a swab or an item for the presence of blood, and it comes back negative, you document that in your report, yes?
Yes, that would be documented, yes.
And so, for example, on the blue-gray shorts, sample 1, 2, and 3, there was testing for screening for the presence of human blood, and it was negative, and that was documented in your report, yes?
I would have to check the report.
If that would be fine with me, is that okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is that it behind him over there?
The binder behind me.
Okay.
Wait.
And I'm specifically, sir, talking about, I guess it would be the bait stamp, I guess page 11 out of 197. Let me know when you're there.
Bear with me.
Yeah, take your time.
I'm sorry, do you happen to know which request this was from? Could you repeat the sample?
It is
Information.
the gray blue short sample 1 of 6, 2 of 6, and 3 of 6 on the bottom of page 11 of 197.
Defendant's 197 or state's 197?
I was able to find it.
The
sorry.
report,
Yes.
there's 197 pages in the report, Your Honor. Sorry, page 11 out of 197. You see it there?
And sorry, you said which sample?
Samples 1 of 6, 2 of 6, and 3 of 6.
Yes.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
it's, so I'm just asking, like, if you test for the presence of blood
Mhm.
and it's negative, then you document it in the report, correct?
Yes, that appears to be the conclusion on the report.
Okay. So then, if you go to, sir, if you go to page 4 of 197, and this is the swabbing from the unstained area on the rock. Let me know when you're there, please.
Yes.
Okay. So there's the rock, item number 2, yes?
Yes.
And Ms. Amarin testified that she swabbed a stained area and an unstained area. Okay? And this is about the unstained area. This is what I'm asking about. And it says, for the unstained area, screening for the presence of human DNA was positive. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so and she testified, but there wasn't screening done on the unstained area for the presence of blood, correct?
I would have to look through the report. I think asking her might be more
Right.
accurate.
But at least here, it doesn't say that the screening for the presence of blood was negative, right?
I don't see that conclusion
Okay.
on the report. Yeah.
And as you indicated, if it's in your FBU, practice is if you screen for something and it's not there, you actually write, screening for blood was negative, correct?
If a Yes. If a test was done and a result was obtained, we would typically include that on the report.
Okay,
Yes.
and here for the unstained portion of item 2, it doesn't mention a negative blood finding. It just says screening for the presence of human DNA was positive. Correct?
Again, I'm not. I understand what
asking you
you're.
what it
Yeah,
says.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just asking you what it says. It says screening for
Right.
the presence of human DNA was positive. Correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
that's what's on the
All right.
report. Yeah.
So, that being said, I want to ask you a little bit more about this and some of your testimony. You talked about, sir, the likelihood ratio. You call it the LR, right?
That's correct. Yes.
And it can range from 1 to a trillion and even beyond a trillion, but you guys only measure up to a trillion, right?
We calculate the LR, but we just report at the reporting cap. So approximately 1 trillion could
Right.
mean LRs that exceed that
As you
that
indicated,
actual
right?
number. Yes.
And so the likelihood ratio. Let me ask you this: Does StarMix is it like a software or is it a machine or what? What is
It's a software program,
Okay.
so we would run that program on a computer.
Yeah, and it's a company. It's a private company that makes this software program. Yes.
Yes, we could consider them a private company. They're kind of part of the apparatus of the New Zealand government. So I believe they're nonprofit.
Yeah. But in any event, they're not part of HPD, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And Starlinks puts out information about their system and how to use it and information about the system. Yes.
Yes, as far as I know.
And isn't it true in DNA in DNA probabilistic genotyping, like StarMix, sorry, I'm calling Starlinks is the Wi-Fi on Hawaiian Air.
Right,
So
yes.
sorry. In DNA probabilistic genotyping like StarMix, a higher quality and quantity of DNA sample can lead to a higher and more informative likelihood ratio, yes?
Generally, yeah, you could expect higher likelihood ratios with the more DNA that's present in a sample.
The more DNA present in the sample, you can expect a higher ratio, yes?
Generally speaking, yes.
Now, if we could, I'm going to ask Mr. Garner for some assistance here because it's his exhibit. Could we please pull up 142 in the form that it was? I'm sorry, maybe 140.
Which exhibit?
Sorry, I'm sorry. 142? Yeah. Yeah, sorry, page 2. 1 second. This is page 2 of 2. Page 2 of 2 of 142. Okay. Okay, if we could do page 2. Thank you. Okay, sir, this is page 2. And I'm sorry, maybe we should go to page 1 so we can show what we're dealing with. Okay. Okay. So this is, you see at the top there it says rock sample 2 of 2, swabbing from unstained area.
Yes.
Okay. So there was a unstained area of the rock that was swabbed by Miss Amarin, yes?
I believe so, yes.
And that swab had DNA from 2 people, correct?
Yes, it was assessed at 2 people.
And this was the unstained portion of the rock DNA of 2 people, correct?
It was evaluated, yes,
Yes.
with a number of contributors of 2.
Then that sample was then tested through the Starlink system by you, yes?
StarMix, yes.
StarMix.
Yes.
Okay? StarMix, not the Hawaiian Wi-Fi. Okay? And the results came out that our Ariel Konig, there was a 1 trillion likelihood ratio that her DNA was on the unstained part of the rock, yes?
The profile, the DNA profile can be, it was, the LR kind of tells us what support for observing the profile itself, not necessarily who contributed the DNA to that to the unknown sample.
But for Ariel Konig, where you see where it says very strong support for inclusion?
Yes, that is the LR for that particular comparison.
And
yes.
what that means is very strong support for inclusion, that part of the DNA on the rock, the unstained part, was Ariel Konig, correct?
That's almost a true. That's not necessarily a true statement. We have to. So a very subtle distinction regarding saying somebody is on.
Tell me the wording. Tell me the wording.
So
When it says
observing the profile is more likely.
Okay.
If one scenario is there's more support for one scenario over the other. Not if that person is on there, it's more likely.
It's 1 trillion times very strong support for inclusion that Ariel Konig's profile is observed in the DNA in that sample. Yes.
That we observe the DNA profile.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And from that same swab, from the unstained area of the rock, Gerhardt Konig was 290 was his likelihood ratio. Yes.
Yeah, the comparison to that reference sample was 290. Yes.
Okay. And then okay. And this unstained area of the rock, as indicated in the report, was not tested for blood. Well, was not, at least the results on the page I just asked you to look for, wasn't about blood, but it was about the presence of human DNA. Yes?
I did not see a conclusion for the testing of blood.
Correct. And I'm asking you about what you did see, which was this was related to screening for the presence of human DNA, not blood. Well, let me strike that. This was screening for the presence of human DNA, correct?
Yes, that was the result that was reported for that particular screening.
And Ms. Amron talked about that, like cells and things like that. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Okay. 1 second. That's all the questions I have for you, sir. Thank you for your time today.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Barner, any remember?
Be quick. Mr. Henderson, I'm going to take the exhibit
Oh, thank you.
down as well. 142. Mr. Henderson, is it normal to screen for the presence of blood on an unstained area?
I'd have to double check our SOPs, but I believe that the correct SOPs were followed by Ms. Amorin.
Okay. Second question. There seemed to be a little bit you wanted to explain about the context of what you can actually tell us with this kind of DNA testing.
Can you tell us how any DNA got on any item?
No. We're only looking at the presence of DNA and making comparisons to the information from that profile to any of the information that we obtain from the reference profile. That does not tell us, we call that activity level. Those activity levels are different. That's not necessarily what the DNA is applying itself to.
Okay. Was that what you were trying to explain when Mr. Otake was asking you about somebody's being, a person being on an object?
That's not necessarily. That more applies to the likelihood ratio, and what the likelihood ratio itself, by definition, is actually looking at. It's the observation of the information on the evidence if either of the scenario is true. It's not the likelihood of a person being in that profile. They kind of might sound similar, but they're important distinctions. So I'm trying to recognize and correct any way that might be presented that could be the incorrect distinction for reporting a likelihood ratio.
Why is that distinction important?
So we aren't, the comparisons we make and the likelihood ratio that we obtain isn't going to answer if a person contributed to the unknown question sample. That would be what you all would need to determine. So having that distinction and explaining that and making sure that that's a very concrete and distinct thing to understand is important for the laboratory to convey to the triers of fact.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just very briefly, so just so I'm clear, because we spent 6 hours or so on this stuff today. You're not suggesting it's not helpful to help the trier of fact determine, whose blood or whose DNA might be on an object. It's obviously helpful, right? I mean, that's why we did this for 6 hours, right?
Yes, well,
Okay.
definitely the likelihood ratio is there to help the triers of fact make that determination, but we want to make sure that the likelihood ratio isn't telling you that determination itself.
Understood, and I appreciate
That's
that
correct,
that
yeah.
ethical distinction, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
But the likelihood ratio is helpful to a trier of fact in that way, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that's the intent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's break. It's almost 4 o'clock. We're close enough to 4 o'clock where we should take our break. Leave your notebooks on the chair. Long weekend again. So you're not going to come back until Tuesday of next week. Let me check the calendar. On Tuesday, I'm going to have you come up or report at 9 o'clock. We should be able to start at 9 o'clock next week, Tuesday. The schedule looks like we're going to be here for the better part of all 3 days next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, so plan on it. When we get a little bit more refinement of the schedule, I'll share it with you as soon as it's available to me. Plan on being here for the 3 days of next week. Friday, of course, is going to be a holiday. Between now and when you come back on Tuesday, same 3 rules, right? Don't talk to anybody about this case. Keep an open mind. Do not try to learn about this case outside of the courtroom. Do not tune into any of the news reporting. It starts to come on while you're having dinner. Again, turn off the TV. Walk to the next room. I hope all of you have a good drive home. Enjoy the weekend. See you on Tuesday. All rise.